Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. However you happen to be watching and or listening to this, I want to welcome you to the latest episode of the Gaming Circle podcast. The podcast where, yes, as you can see, we have lost one of our bloviators, but we have, pinched in some good guests, and we're going to have some good conversations to hopefully fill in the gaps. Mr. Everborn Saga is on vacation this week. He's out there. I think he's in Niagara Falls, hopefully he knows how to swim. It's all good. Shout out to Everborn Saga. He will be back next week. But of course, as you can tell, I am joined by great guests. So let's get into it. I am, of course, your host, K Asante, TK Asante on all the places we communicate. And this week, first and foremost, I'm joined in the second chair by the elusive one. The one who always insists that you should not go look for him because you will not find him. Mr. Lucious Augustus. Good morning, sir. How are you doing today?
I am playing some Starfield in preparation for Shattered Space. I am new game +4, and I am practically butt naked, so I need to make sure that I have the weapons and gear and ship necessary for the DLC. But because I know some crazy stuff's gonna happen, and I need to be prepared for it.
Yeah, I was like, so that's why he's not using a cam.
Well, yeah, I wasn't sure if that was a game reference, an in-game reference, or that was why his cam wasn't on.
But I'm here for it.
And of course, my second guest, the man who chooses to join us from time to time to elevate the conversation, the man who looks at the numbers and makes inferences, and usually he's right. We enjoy him joining us on the show. He always thinks really deeply about the business of gaming and game development, and we appreciate him for always choosing to join us and elevate the conversation here. Mr. Game Logic joins us. Good morning, sir. How you doing, man?
Morning. How y'all doing?
I'm doing great, man. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you so much. Always great to have your voice on this air. And of course, last but certainly not least, I keep giving this man his flowers and he refuses to take it, so I will continue to give him his flowers. The man who I could not have gone to Gamescom and had the time I had without. Would he be my wingman? Am I his wingman? Needless to say, he actually solidified my ability to call this show what it's called today, which is Behind Closed Doors. The man who opened many doors for me at Gamescom to really get me in the back room and have those conversations that I really appreciated having. Aaron, I appreciate you being here, man. How you doing today?
I am doing fine, and now even better since I'm taking some rests in the cabin after a week at Gamescom and so forth. And again, I'm not gonna say, don't say that. It's really, I feel the love all the way, from where you are at over here, and I appreciate it.
I miss hanging out with you, man. On a daily, it was cool. It was cool. We'd get up. I'd get up in the morning. I'd message him at like 7, 8 o'clock. I'm like, all right, let me get ready. Go do this. He's doing breakfast. Get the car, pick him up, and we're roaming the halls. It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome. It was really
that
cool.
was a good time. Nice meeting you and your family, of course.
Yeah.
I'm always down to help if I can. If it's not a far stretch for me, why shouldn't I? Yeah,
absolutely. No, I
but I'm glad
that.
to help
That
you
was
out.
so good.
I'm glad to help you out.
Thank you. No, it was really cool. So
can I say this?
Yeah.
Can I say that those of you who have been talking to me over the last couple of years know how much I appreciate the written word, and seeing you guys really take a hold of the website and pour out content in text. I love it. I try to read as much as I can. So keep pushing. I love to see it.
That's great. Yeah, I feel like it affords us a different voice. It affords us a different way of communicating, and it helps you think things through. Because a podcast, we come on here, we bloviate, we have fun. We put two and two together. We enjoy doing this. This has its own uses, and we enjoy it. But being able to sit down, you go see something, you go experience something, and you sit down and think about it and really write and do some writing on it. I feel like it's still super valuable, and unfortunately we live in a world where that is being diminished more and more. So hey, we're doing our best to keep our voices heard in that way. So yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Yeah. So
absolutely.
All right. So
can I also ask, is my sound good? My sound is okay?
Perfect.
Okay,
You
perfect.
sound perfect. Excellent. Before we get into this thing proper, I will say thanks to all the great folks that are in here. I already see folks in the chat. You know, more and more will join us as we go along. Forgive me, because Twitter is a cesspool of ridiculousness, and instead of fixing that, they don't even want to fix their own underlying infrastructure. So guess what happened to me? This is a quick aside. So I went to Gamescom. So I put into my my moniker, hey, Keasante going to Gamescom. When you do that, they go, oh, Mr. Premium account holder, we're gonna have to what is it? We're gonna have to
suspend your blue check mark.
Suspend your blue check mark, exactly, and rethink whether or not you should get it or not. I'm like, okay, I don't care, that's fine, I don't want a blue check mark. But what it does do is, now when I host a show in the middle of them reviewing it, I can't broadcast it to my own channel right now because my blue check mark is still under investigation. Yeah, so literally right now, as I'm on the air and I want to hit the button so that the people who usually watch it from the Keasante Twitter channel can't do that because it's not a premium account. Even though they didn't stop suspending taking my money, they didn't stop doing that though. What you should have done is stop letting me use it.
Yeah, you should have subscribed to Periscope and the Restream service years back. Now it's like $90 a year, and Restream will pour it out on all accounts without needing premium.
On all accounts. Yeah.
So the good thing is your boy, although I criticize him for this because he's supposed to be on vacation, your boy has got you because he's live streaming it on his Twitter account.
Oh no. See, I just co-opted his Twitter account because he's now part of this equation. So I was like, oh, y'all ain't gonna let me stream it on mine? Well, there goes the Everborn Saga channel. So shout out to all those watching on the Everborn Saga YouTube channel and Twitter, because he's on vacation, but he's still working. It is what it is.
Did you change your handle, or did you change your display name?
All you do is like the display name, right? The display name, right?
The display name is getting them acting like this? That's crazy.
Yep. So, it is what it is. But let us move on. We're here to talk games. We're here to enjoy ourselves and talk games. And once again, shout out to all the wonderful humans that are already watching the show. We appreciate you for being here, helping us on a Saturday morning. We enjoy talking games with all y'all, and it's great that you guys are here. Throw some games you've been playing in the chat, because that's what we're going to start with. We're going to talk about some of the games we've been playing. Some embargoes have lifted, so we can talk a bit more about some of the stuff we saw at Gamescom. Aaron, we'll get into that. But before we do, I'll start with you, Lucious. I know you did a review for us on the channel. You've been playing some other games as well. Let's start with you, sir. What games have been keeping you busy, sir?
So I've been playing a couple games. I've been playing, like I said, Starfield to try to get me back to a place where I could feel comfortable playing the DLC. I've also been playing Atlas Fallen, and it took me hours to kind of see what people see in that game. But like once you get
the traversal is awesome. I love that game.
The traversal is really nice, but for a while I was just like, the traversal is the only good thing. But once you understand the combat system that they're trying to do, the game is pretty fun. So like that's been pretty nice. Like you said, I reviewed Kenna for the site, and I gave it a 92. I really enjoyed that game, despite the fact that game came many years late to Xbox. I highly suggest anyone who has an Xbox buy it right now, because if you wait longer than 2 weeks, you will not have time. There are too many good games coming out over the next few months. You only have a few weeks to play whatever you want to play before the really, really big stuff starts coming out. And you're just not going to have time anymore. So I highly suggest playing a game like Kenna, because it's very high quality, and it won't take you longer than like a weekend.
I'm still blown away by the animation and all that in that game. It is on another level. Obviously, the game was made by animators, so you can definitely tell that where their love lies. But yeah, man, that game is amazing. And shout out to you for a great review. Did a lot of legwork. Put a lot into the GIF creations and all of this. Did a lot of good stuff. So check it out if you haven't read it already.
Have some representations of what I was talking about in the review. So like as I was playing the game, I was taking active clips. I was like, oh, that looked cool. Let me just save this. So
yeah.
very cool.
So for those who haven't checked it out, and let me put a real quick up on there. He gave it a 90, a 92. Basically, well, let me shuffle this. I always like shuffling it like this, a little bit better. And yes, a lot of active, beautiful gifs representing the story the way it should be represented. It's a beautiful game. I think it kind of lost its thunder, not getting the attention it deserved at the time that people were talking about it. I kind of feel they did themselves a bit of a disservice, because this game has come and gone on Xbox, and it should still be getting a lot of accolades. It's very good. Like, it's very good.
That's the negative of kind of bringing the game to a platform 3 years later, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of the hype cycle is gone for the game, and you have to rely on the quality of the game to really and word of mouth to really sell it on that platform, which is really a double-edged sword for Xbox, because even when a publisher or a developer brings the game to the platform, by the time that they've brought it to that platform, a vast majority of the people who wanted to buy it have already
moved on.
And a lot of the people who like, as the FTC and CMA called it, multi-home, people who have multiple gaming devices, ways of being able to get games. Most likely, if you wanted to play Kenna, a lot of gamers also have a PlayStation, also have a PC. So they had methods to be able to play that game before. So I just hope that the audience on Xbox pays for the game and like shows interest in the game. But I would not be surprised if it didn't sell well, showing up so much later on the platform, and many people have already played it, and X, Y, and Z.
And BT Maverick brings up a good point here, though. At this stage, it would be good to take the Game Pass back, because that will rekindle people's fires to play it, right? Hey, I haven't tried this. Let me try it on Xbox. The game itself, the conversation has passed it by, but that Game Pass zeitgeist does tend to rekindle things. Like you were talking about just a few minutes ago with Atlas Fallen. It seems to have rekindled that fire on Game Pass as well, right?
My bad. Go ahead.
My main concern as a primary Xbox player, who will probably switch to PC soon, but as a primary Xbox player, when I look at a lot of these games that miss the platform, I'm concerned because the industry is in a tumultuous situation, in where developers and publishers may not exist tomorrow. So if a game does not show up to Xbox day one, I am concerned that it may never show up. That is a constant concern that I have. Like something that happened in the news recently, the owner of the developer who made Visions of Mana.
They closed the studio.
Everyone got fired, right? NetEase, the owner of the developer, were just like, well, that game's probably not going to get us enough money and X, Y, and Z, so we're just going to close everything down. We're going to fire everyone. The day that the game came out. Imagine if that did not show up to Xbox. It would have never shown up to Xbox now. And there are many examples of like games like that will never show up to Xbox because the people who made it don't exist anymore. So
no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Aaron, you were going to say?
I'm thinking, I mean, I still think it's just as hard to navigate a launch and those deals that are in place. I'm thinking, like, how much did it cost Ember Labs to port this to Xbox first and foremost? I'm not like, here's just me thinking out loud, not knowing anything about it, but I do think that some type of exclusivity agreement might be in place that let them, or that had them to wait for this long. So maybe the port is not the thing that has been taking them so long, so they have to recoup that so early. I wouldn't know, but I'm just thinking out loud here, because again, I still think that the numbers that game did when it launched, I think they sold above 1 million. You might want to fact check me on that, but I think I remember that. It is such a long time ago. I agree on that. So they really, for being a 20-something person team, they seem to have succeeded in their goals. So I expect them to stay around. Yeah,
I will agree with you that even the sales on PC, and I think it was also at the time on Epic Game Store as well as PlayStation, based on that first zeitgeist movement for that game, it sold and was successful enough to warrant a sequel. Right? It at that time it was successful enough. It's just unfortunate that because of reasons, and obviously we can get into those reasons, that Xbox was left out of the fray, and now it's like hey, remember that game? And it's still very good. Even on Xbox, it shines very bright. But unfortunately, it has passed that point of marketing hype. You know what I mean? So I hope to see more from them. Go ahead, Lucious. I'll let you have the last word.
The fact that, like, hey, there may be an undue burden on Xbox players, expecting them to be able to buy games that show up much later on their platform at full price years later, and on the other platform that game is like 50, 60, 80% off or something like that. I do believe that there is an undue burden when
hey, stop with that undue burden stuff. Welcome to the Nintendo players, man. Nintendo players.
I say it's an undue burden because the conversation around a lot of these games that come out are Xbox players even going to buy it, right? And is in my review, I advocate for Xbox players to buy this game. I think that it is worth their time, even if it came years later. That's something that I advocate inside of the review. But that is something that I constantly think about, because I, as a consumer, I don't necessarily want to pay full price for something that's showing up to my platform years later. And then when developers use that as a methodology or a way to be like, well, we brought it to this platform and then it didn't sell that well, so maybe we just don't have an audience on this platform. And I'm like, well, maybe you should question how you launched it on that platform to see if that may have impacted your ability to be able to make sales around the launch period. But I don't feel like that conversation is ever really had.
But don't you think as well, if I may, to follow up on that specific point, don't you guys think that having this game launch as some kind of high-key indie project at Sony and getting help from their marketing departments during production as well would have kind of, like, if you have a forecast, like how much would it cost us to self-publish or go with our publisher and just do this across the board, or following or ride the backs of Sony and their marketing? Like, I do think the forecast they projected, I think, they knocked it out of the park. I
do think that they did what was best for them as a developer, especially, and I will point this out, Kena came out very early on in the PS5 life cycle, which means
when they needed him, a lot of attention.
Did not have games to play. So that was strategically very smart for them to put themselves on the backs of Sony. I'm not saying that it's a bad strategic move for them. I am simply pointing out, when they start looking at the books and making determinations as to where should we bring Kena to, or sorry, not the second Kena game,
Kena
right?
Part 2, yes, Part 2, yes, I get you.
Right? Where should we bring Kena Part 2 to? Where should we bring that game? I hope that they think, all right, because we brought it.
So you hope that they add the calculus of we brought it out way too late and the marketing cycle had passed it. So maybe we don't hold it against it.
Exactly.
Basically.
And I also, I say that while also advocating for my Xbox brethren to buy the game, because I think it's worth your time and it is very good. That is
an awesome game.
That is was a part of my review.
It's an
I love to hear it. I love to hear it. And also, one last point to that, there's also this notion that we rarely talk about, how certain developers, big or small, probably most of these examples comes from smaller developers, where I've heard that they're kind of also like, as long as we can get it in as many hands as possible, and to tell anybody that asks for this game, like, it's available on your platform. Yes, it's available on your platform. There's also that thing of making sure that your project, your product, your experience is available to as many people as possible. Then if the sales are going up or down, depending on whenever you roll out these platforms, that's a second thing. But like, as a legacy for the creators behind the project, I do think that that holds a certain weight as well. So with that said, I do think if they don't go down down the road doing this exact same thing again, one should expect them to want to do this again as well, to be on all platforms at some point in time. You know what I'm saying?
Eventually, yeah. To eventually like spread it across. I hear you on that. I mean,
I think.
Go ahead.
I think the thing to consider is, and I haven't done the research on all the background, but like if it was by some stretch of the imagination a 3-year exclusivity deal, right? Then the bag that would have gone along with that must have been huge.
Must have been worth it. Yeah.
I mean, I would tend to speculate and lean maybe more so in the direction that if there are intentions to work on a Kenna 2, that there would be intentions to put it on Xbox, and a lot of development teams will do something like this. They'll take a past property and use it as a getting our feet wet, right? Learning the tools, getting preps for the next dev cycle for something bigger that's going to come out right on that applicable platform. But I don't disagree that, at this point, the very likelihood is that any sell through on Xbox would have been small. And so then you're in that window where, absolutely consideration of taking a Game Pass deal, should have been in the air. That all being said, I think very many times a thing that people always forget is that a Game Pass deal isn't automatic. They're not giving the things away. You have to request, you have to qualify, and then Xbox gets to come back and make the offer. And it's, again, for a game that has passed its prime zeitgeist window, there's the potential that the Xbox give on their side wasn't very big.
Wasn't big enough. Yeah, true. Although I will say, like, playing the game, and I've played the game on PlayStation, I've played the game on PC, it is like really good candidate for Game Pass. Like a game that you may not think you want to play. It has this little artsy fartsy style to it. It is hard as hell, that game is. Oh, yeah. But it's beautiful too. You know what I mean? So I think more people, and I agree with you, Lucious. Like, if you have an opportunity to buy this game, it's worth your money. It's worth your time. It's very good.
Yes,
and hopefully we see a part 2. It
is that type of game. My bad. Yeah. We spoke on this. It is, and I know that you feel the same way. Kenna is that type of project where a small group of developers come together and create something that is extremely beautiful, like really punching above their weight, but at the same time also super competent and hard and challenging. And the 2 examples we are in line with here are Cuphead and now Kenna. Like, they share that similar kind of DNA in that spirit. And if there's nobody in this chat right now listening that haven't considered trying it out, that likes challenging games, that look beautiful and support small developers, also 2 Black founders, brothers, specific studio. Yes,
and when I say brothers, I don't mean brothers. I mean they're literally brothers. They are siblings. Yes.
No, but like we need more games from diverse teams, and we need more smaller games that really punch above their weight, like they have done here. It's amazing what they did. Love the game.
Absolutely. Yeah. So no, and we say all this to say, go read Lucious's review. He put a lot of thought into it, put a lot of visual elements into it. It was a great review. I appreciated you writing that. So it is now on the Gaming Circle blog. If you go and you check it out, we appreciate it. Thank you. Leave a comment, let people know how you felt about what he wrote. Anyway, let us move on, and I'll get to you, Game Logic. What games have been keeping you busy, sir?
We don't have to spend a lot of dwell time on my track right now. It is I'm the super basic member of the panel today, so I went. So last week, after wanting to take a break from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, after the end of Season 4, because the grind was particularly hard, I did wind up going back at Season 5 Reloaded, so I've been back on that. Then I got an itch to actually go back to Destiny 2 because I hadn't played the final shape. So I actually am just like starting from scratch on that, and just want to kind of go back and relive those campaigns and the ones that are available, such as they are. And then I'm gonna be hitting up a little bit of World of Warships. So I'm definitely on a solid gas grind right now. So not much to tell there.
Have you had a chance to try the Call of Duty 6 beta?
No, Brap tried to give me a lot of shade last night, but Game Logic does not do betas in general.
Oh, he says I'll leave y'all beta boys to deal with it. I get you.
Look, the game's going to come out and the game's either going to be good and I'm going to play it or it's not and I'm not. I spent a year. I was telling them last night. I spent a year after having my year of Star Citizen addiction. I spent a year playing betas, and then after that, I was just like, playing the beta really doesn't make any difference as for me, as far as whether I'm going to actually play the game or not. So it just doesn't feel like time well spent.
Yeah, Star Citizen is like the ultimate beta, isn't it? It's like
alpha. It's still an alpha, I think.
True. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's just insane. That is a whole different topic for like a long form podcast. Like the fact that thing still exists and is still in alpha phase is just wild to me. Anyway, let me touch on a couple games that I've been playing, and Aaron, I'll let you cap us off, and then we'll move on. So with Gamescom. There were a few games that first one game that I was sent the code for initially that I didn't try right off the bat because there was not enough time and I had to run and we're going to Gamescom and all of this, so I figured, you know what, when I come back, I'll give it a shot. And by the way, most people know me to not be too much of a multiplayer gamer, right? I'm not a huge multiplayer gamer. The Call of Duties and all those games don't necessarily call my name as much as they do others. More power to you. Those are your games, but they don't necessarily call my name. So when you offer me a multiplayer game, I'm not so keen to jump in. But this called my name because, believe it or not, I actually enjoyed Helldivers 1 on my Vita, and Helldivers 2, which I played for a while on my PC and on PS5. I did enjoy it. As you know, it's a tongue-in-cheek reference to Starship Troopers, which I love that movie. I love that franchise. I've always thought, and I mean, we can go into a whole political thing about it. It says so much. It's hilarious. But it's more than as skin deep that people thought. So I say all that to say, I was offered the chance to play Starship Troopers Extermination. I'll put some of the stuff on the screen here so you guys can see it. And I mean, the first thing you think of is so Starship Troopers, they must have seen the excitement that was Helldivers 2, and they wanted to jump in and capitalize on that. What can they bring to this? First and foremost, like I said, I was offered a code for it. I will say, initially, my first impressions of it was, yeah, it's fun. You jump in with a bunch of friends, you turn off your brain, you kill some bugs, and you move on. But I really do think, after playing this for some time, they have brought something new to this game. And maybe those of you guys who are on the panel who do tend to play these extraction shooters, multiplayer shooters, maybe can disabuse me of my notions here. But I honestly think that I'll explain quickly the fundamentals of the game. Basically, much like Helldivers, obviously, which it groks, it apes from, obviously. You're being dropped into these alien planets, and you have an objective to accomplish, right? Bugs all over the place. You're running around. Different classes. Your standard fare. You know what it's about. What I think this does that's unique is it has a very big crafting aspect to it. So while you're there and you're building your base while you're there, and you're there with a bunch of more troopers, right? And it's not just 4. It tends to be like, I think at one count we had almost 20 different troopers on our one server. So, and your build, go ahead.
TKO, this is, and I apologize. There are a lot of Starship Trooper games. So this is Extermination.
This is Extermination, yeah.
Okay, this is the one that was shown during the Future Game Show at SGF, and the big update that came out. The big thing that it was bringing was that it was bringing basically non-disappearing bodies, right? So persistent.
They're all
you can climb them and use them to get up to verticals and things like that. Yeah. So my understanding of the game, and I just want to bounce it off you. So you mentioned. Sure. So one of the things you mentioned was, you guys who play these games, and you mentioned a few sub-genres, and I think I may not have perfectly gone over your agenda. So I don't remember if we're talking about Concord today. But there are some hyper-specific nuances to those subgenres and how they play on the market. So I just want to make sure. Can you like what exact variant of shooter is this? Is this a standard? Well, you said there's crafting involved.
There's a lot of crafting. So and again, this is not my forte. So maybe I may be saying things that folks who play this subgenre far more than I do will go, oh yeah, that's part and parcel of the subgenre. There's nothing new there. But for me, it was quite interesting. Where you start the game, your tutorial level, they show you all the basics, right? And depending on what class you are, you could be a medic, you could be a tank, you can bring. There are different classes that you can bring to your missions, right? And obviously the idea is to have as many varied classes as possible, because then you can help each other. And there's a very big promotion in helping each other, because whatever you do, you're aided by your partners that are there. If you fall, they'll help you out, obviously. If you're building something, it goes faster if multiple people are building it.
Yeah, right? I want to say I read something about there's some kind of like what the Battlefront iteration tried to do.
Okay. Yeah.
It started on the Battlefront iteration, and then they ported it to Battlefield, but where there's like if you stick with your squad or you stick with an identified partner, then you get buffs on your XP or whatever your progression is as you do because you conduct activities.
Yes. But see, this is not even just the numbers go up. It's an active thing, because throughout the missions, throughout the objective structure, at some point you will be overrun. That's just part and parcel of the game, right? And I guess the what I can equate it to is it's an extraction shooter, because you go on base, you have an objective to accomplish, and then at some point they're going to come and pick you up, right? And you have to wait it out until they come and pick you up. Now, when they come and pick you up, while they're coming to pick you up, the waves get more and more ridiculous as they're coming. So that's when all of the people who are on mission on this planet gather together, and they start building a base. They start building fortifications, right? And it's like, and actually you might start seeing it here. You'll see it as we go along. You start building fortifications, and then he's building, and then you build, and then we build walls around it, and then you build turrets to protect yourself, and you build on ramps in order to be able to get to your fortifications, get to your turrets easier. And then somebody will build a an ammo cache right next to you. They will build huge structures, intricate, huge structures. And that will be where we hold our last stand, because the plane is coming to extract us at some point. And it is so fun. Like, it really is. And the crafting aspects of it really changes the game for me, I think.
I will say though, Game Logic, thank you for asking that clarification, because when Kay Asante said extraction shooter, I thought, is this like Tarkov? And as he described it, I was like, okay, this is nothing like Tarkov.
It's a literal extraction shooter where you're there to be extracted.
Yeah, so I'd say
why you call it that, but if you call it that, people will not understand.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'd say
understood.
The market convention now today is what we call an extraction shooter, is a thing where there's a map where your team starts is typically along one of two endpoints of two axes, right? So bisect the map, and it's your job to get from one side of the map to the other, and then there are counters along the way, and particularly something like Tarkov, right, injects the notion that whatever gear you take with you, if you get capped right on that mission, then you lose that gear for good, right? So it's perma loss. So that it has a specific kind of thing, and Marathon, as far as we can tell, is kind of in that same mold.
In that same vein,
This game, and I think this game is super interesting. It's on my watch list. I've considered getting into it, but just haven't got a chance to yet.
It's pretty damn fun. It really is.
It sounds like it kind of intermixes a few different genres. So the extraction component that you're talking about, to me, is a little kind of the way not in terms of the end mission structure, but just in terms of you get to a point and you have to get out. That's kind of the point of Warframe at a certain extent. You accomplish a mission objective and then you go to get out. But then it also incorporates...
And depending on how many people get out, like depending on how many people get on the extraction, the ship that comes and picks you up, that determines victory or defeat. If your mission structure was to bring something with you, however many people have that objective with them to then leave with it, that determines your win or loss. Then and of course, as you see, now comes the hordes, and you're waiting, and there's a timer that ticks down to when you're being extracted, and all your fortifications will be blown to bits because these guys are like they come from everywhere. It's just nuts. It's nuts.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
Is this your gameplay?
This is my gameplay.
Did you get out?
I did get out. Yes, I did get out.
I'm glad to hear because
I played multiple times. Yeah.
I'm not the one who ever would have thought of this unless it weren't for you and your friends and acquaintances. But this throws me into that scene where the Captain Keys is standing behind. I'm telling you, I'm glad to know that you got out, because
you got to stop that, man.
Right there. I'm just saying.
You got to stop that. Anyway,
ladies and gentlemen, he got out. He got out.
It sounds like it mixes elements of. It sounds like it has a little bit of kind of Left 4 Dead. Back for Blood in terms of the horde mode sweeping in, but it also sounds like it incorporates kind of a game design ethos that's like Fortnite in the old Save the World variant that it was before it went to Battle Royale, right? Just in terms of
that, yes.
like the base building. So it's nice that, you know, very frequently these convergence types of games that intermix a lot of genres and subgenres and kind of do best in class intermixes of pieces sometimes go on to be like super successful. So you know, high hopes that this one can continue you know, being a going concern.
I gotta tell you, like, as a person, and as you can tell, I do not use the parlance of the multiplayer gamer, right? So I usually I stay away from these kind of games, and not to say that I'm going to be addicted to this thing, because again, this lives and dies by you and your buddies having the time, getting there. The more of your people you know, the more you can communicate. And this game does promote communication. It does promote cooperation, because by yourself you are fodder. No one will. There's no Rambo in this game. You're not running through here, running and gunning. You will die easily and often if you are not sticking to your group, right? And the bigger the group, the more successful you're apt to be. So, you know, that's what may eventually stop me from getting very heavy into this, because ain't nobody got no time. I got a parent, you know, running around with kids and whatnot. So that's what tends to stop me from multiplayer gaming. But as a game, as a multiplayer, something you can do with your friends, I found this game unusually fun. Like, I really had a good time with it. I plan on continuing to play it.
So 2 questions. Is this how big is the maximum amount of people that you can play with against the aliens?
So the thing is, like, you usually are in teams of 3, I think, but then there are multiple teams of 3 that are brought to the same map. So at some point, you're like I saw like 20 different teams on the same map building the same thing, and it's like they have different objectives than you do, but ultimately you all coalesce to a certain point where you get extracted, right?
It says that it's a 16-player co-op.
Okay, it's a 16 player. Okay,
that's kind of wild.
Player.
And also,
it's really fun.
Friendly fire?
No friendly fire.
Okay.
No, at least not in the modes that I saw. Yeah. There might still be friendly fire, but there was no friendly fire in the modes that I specifically saw.
And this might
what
be
got me here was the Starship Troopers IP. That's all the reason why I tried it out, because, you know, it's Starship Troopers. So,
are you able to blow the carcasses away from the aliens?
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. The physics, they move. Right? Yes. And when they're there, they are there. They don't disappear. They'll continue to be there. You can.
That's actually kind of cool.
Yes, and the as you see, I got smoke there. They come up from underground, and you know, it's something else. It's something else. So I won't spend too much more time on it. I will say I'll play some more of it if you have a chance to, and you did like what Helldivers did. I would advocate that you give us a shot. It's fun. The more people you get to play with you, the better, the more fun it is. I think it's worth your time.
But be aware, this is a paid game, so it's an early access, $30.
It is.
Right?
It is a paid game.
The front door.
It is 30. Yes, right. Yes, right. Yeah. And I think even and they haven't implemented it quite yet, at least, or I have not seen it. But some of the actors from actual Starship Troopers will be voicing characters.
Casper Van Diem is already signed on.
Yeah. So
he was all over the place at Gamescom.
There you go. You had me with the Starship Troopers IP, and the game itself is actually fun, because initially, let me be honest. Initially, I was like, oh, you know, Helldivers has done it. What can they bring to this thing? Even though they took the essence of the Starship Troopers IP, what can these guys really bring to it? and I really enjoy the crafting aspect. I really enjoy the focus on cooperation and we live together, we die together kind of aspects of the game. I had a good time with it. It's really fun.
So TKO, just because you did it, do you mind if I run down the quick data card on this one?
Yeah,
really
sure.
quick?
Yeah.
So just so people know, I think there's a lot of love for this game. Mixed reviews on Steam right now at 51%. Yep. The last time I checked, it may have gone up since then. Recently, the game was ported to UE5. And prior to that, people were very up on this game. So some of the causality of the lower review scores right now is just because of some of the tumult that they went through in porting it over to UE5. So I would expect that it's going to get better and get back to where it was. It is an early access, launched in May of 2023. The developer is Off-World Studios. It was only supposed to be in access for 1 year, so it has obviously lingered beyond that. I think that has to do with the fact that they ported it. It is not supported on Steam Deck right now. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have Steam Decks, and then I use the Elgato Stream Deck. So I always was
I have the same thing. Yep.
And the updates went live in May, and then in June, this June update, like I said, brings in the persistent bodies, but also introduced weak points and an armor system, a new planet. The persistent bodies that I talk about is the Carnage system, and also started bifurcating the ammo types into Full Metal Jacket and hollow points. So some recent updates. What's funny too is if you go into the forums and look in on the community, there's a lot of Helldivers 2 hate out there because they feel like Helldivers 2 hate came behind them and has done a lot of what they did. Yeah.
Yep. And again, it's one of those things that's unfortunate. If you don't strike while the iron's hot, someone can take your IP or your idea. And now you become the also Rand, even though this was your original IP. It is. But they're offering something
fair
interesting.
though. Helldivers 1 released quite ahead, right?
Yeah. I would radically different game. I feel like,
but also Helldivers 1 was also still stealing from Starship Troopers. They always have been.
And King Web mentions in the chat, and this is one of the things that I found really surprising as I went back and did all the research on this game. It's supposedly releasing on console this fall, October, PS5 and Xbox, and that seemed to be a relatively quiet announcement that they made during Future Game Show. But there it is. Supposedly it's coming to console.
Yep. But yes, so if you haven't checked it out, maybe you want to wait till console. If you do have a PC, you want to do early access, it's on you. It's a fun time. I enjoyed it myself. It's a fun time. I really I advocate that people at least give it a shot because it's pretty cool. So let's see. Another game that I have been playing, and this game I want to get the developers on to talk about. And they actually released a demo for it. I think it was yesterday on Steam, and I had a chance to play it. I had a chance to play this game at Gamescom, and I walked away with it so impressed. And then they released the demo of it. I sent a message saying, hey guys, you guys want to come on the show and talk about the game? The game is called Jotunnslayer Hordes of Hel. Now, the elevator pitch is very simple for this game. It is Vampire Survivor with a Diablo 4 skin. That's it. There's a lot more to it, but at its base, it's Vampire Survivor, the game with Diablo 4 graphics, which is freaking awesome. It is so good. This demo, and it's a generous size of demo. I've been playing this thing all week. It's great. It's really good. I'll get to the visuals a little bit. So you start obviously, and you know what I mean by Vampire Survivor. You start with your different classes. Each of them have pluses and minuses, but of course this is Jotunnslayer, so it is very much Norse mythology, and the powers that you get and the abilities you get throughout the game reference various Viking gods and things like that. And depending, you'll get Thor's thunderclap and all these other things while you're going through the game. And it is very much Vampire Survivor in that you can either do manual strikes or you can have it auto strike as you walk through the game. But it really looks like Diablo 4. And I mean that in the best way possible, because Diablo 4 looks awesome. And so does this. And this is like, I think, what is it? A 5-man team that built this game, and it's a relatively small team that have built a few other games as well. It gets hard if you're not careful, but as with Vampire Survivor, you build it up over time and you're being careful of it. And before long, you become a god among men and you're just like ripping and tearing. enemy types vary. They start from snake from spiders, and then all of a sudden knights show up, and you got skeletons. And by the way, the one part of this game that I actually think that also adds to the genre is you actually have, it's not just Vampire Survivors survive, you actually have quests that you have, objectives that you have to accomplish, and over time you'll see them in your reticle, in your small window in the corner, saying, hey, go to this location. You know, either you're going to a location and you're defending a point for a certain amount of time, or you're going to go pick up a chest or something like that. And once you adhere to all of the requirements for the objective, then the big bad comes out and you have a big sub boss that you defeat. It's a very fun game. It's at the surface of it, it sounds very simple because obviously Vampire Survivor has become its own genre, right? But I really think this is what I've always wanted in Vampire Survivors. I wish, like, I enjoy Vampire Survivors and I dig it a lot, and there are many different variations and flavors of it. I wanted a AAA looking, high budget looking, Vampire Survivors mechanics with more to do, and that's exactly this. So yes, Jotunnslayer is the name of the game. It's called Jotunnslayer Hordes of Hel. And I really like it. It's on Steam right now. What you're seeing right now is the Steam variation that I've been playing. I haven't had a chance to talk. I did get a chance to demo it when I was at Gamescom, but I haven't had a chance to talk with the devs to see when they would be amenable to coming on. I did speak to them when we were there, when I was at Gamescom, and they definitely said they would be thinking about potentially coming on and talking more about their game. But I still don't know what the plan is for their console launch. I did ask if they were planning on doing it. They said it was based on the success of the game, obviously, right? In the smaller indie space, the better you do, the more chances you get to do other things. So, hopefully people play this game and more people enjoy it, and as such, they are then able to bring it to other platforms. The game developer is called Game Farm or Games Farm, and the publisher is Grindstone Games. So yes, if you have a chance to, I really think you should try it out. This demo is basically what I got to play, and now it's available on Steam for everybody to play in a long form demo form. There's actually a lot in the demo as well, so I think you'll get a good understanding of what it is. But yes, instead of playing what do you call it, Black Myth Wukong, which I also have been playing, this has taken my life. I've just been playing this for like hours and hours and hours because it's really easy to pick up, easy to play, that kind of thing. So there's that. And then the final game I want to talk about real quick, and then we'll get to Aaron, and hopefully Aaron's there. We'll talk to him as well. The final game I want to play. Yeah. Okay, I appreciate it. The final game I want to talk about really quickly, and it also has a Steam demo that you can try it out. So at Gamescom, you get these appointments, right? You have these appointments. You talk to people. Oh yeah, I'll be here at this time at this place. You go there. You test out their game. I had this situation where I went to my location where I was supposed to, and if you recall, Aaron, in Gamescom, this was like a Wednesday. So the lines had already started. The people had already started. And this was in the indie booth, which tends to be swarming with humans, because that's where all the cool stuff is, right? Yeah. So it's hard to find where you need to go, but I got there, and the people who I was supposed to go see were not there, right? The game that I had an appointment for to go see was not there. And I'm just like, what's going on? So I'm looking around. And then the people that were there go, hey, are you this person? Yeah, your name is on our list. Maybe our production, our PR folks made a mistake and put the wrong game in or whatever. But please come check this out. You might like the game that we have. So come check it out. Let's see what you think of it. And oh boy, did I enjoy myself. Now, the game is called, and by the way, yes, you're seeing that. That is in the game the Gaming Circle podcast is playing, because this game is basically, as reductive as you can think of it, it's GTA, but made by 5 people. It's GTA made by 5 people, tongue-in-cheek, kind of funny kind of tongue-in-cheek flavor to it. So like, think of your Lego games, right? So it's played for laughs, all of it, and the demo is very funny. You should check out the demo. It's called It's Just Money.
Money, yeah.
Yeah, It's Just Money. It's Only Money, I think is what it's called. It's Only Money is what it's called. And literally 5 people put together the idea of making their own version of GTA. They built a huge world. I mean, huge world. And they've actually added things to this game that I don't think GTA has ever done. The overworld map, when you look down, this can be played multiplayer, by the way. When you look down, you can see your partners running around the world. Every single thing can be customized. So the premise of the game is, out of nowhere, the mayor of this world has deemed that if you don't have a job, you get thrown into a sewer and you have to live underground. So the game starts with you rushing to work to try not to lose your job, and then you come across, the first thing that you see is this guy holding a phone booth, and he's like, "Haven't you heard the law? If you don't have a job, you're going to that pit. So I'm the holder of a phone. Even if that's my job, at least I'm not going down to that pit." It's very funny. The whole thing is very funny.
It's so stupid.
But it's literally goofy and funny. It goes places, and it goes serious places, but it does it in the most hilarious tongue-in-cheek style imaginable. And you can tell because the developers are, when you are that indie, you can kind of do whatever the hell you want. And that's the feeling I kind of got from these guys. The game has like 70 tracks in it, music tracks while you're in the world. The developer who did all the art also did all the music, like every different genres, reggae, hip hop, rock, all of it. He did it all by himself. The map he built all by himself. I asked him, "Where did you get the ideas for this?" He goes, "I watched a lot of documentaries." It's half Brooklyn, half New Zealand where he was born, and like other locations in America all stitched together. And he built all this. Like, I was floored by the systems upon systems on display here. The driving is better than GTA in this game. I will say it. The driving is better than GTA. Wow. You can customize everything in this. It is wild. I had such a fun time playing this game. And I'm just blown away by the fact that it's made by 5 people. Like, the whole thing. The only thing, and I look forward to having them on the show and asking them, because I was talking to Everborn about this, and he was like, "Isn't this a good candidate for, say, AI generated voices?" Right? Because this is all very much kind of like your Legos game, where it's like whoop, 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 and there's text on the
gibberish.
Screen.
Yeah,
exactly. And there's text on the screen, but it's very funny. Like, it's like they have a good sense of humor in this game, like an adult good sense of humor in this game. So yes, what you're looking at right now is the overworld, and all of that is active and live. You can zoom far in, and when you zoom in, you see the world actually moving, right? And you think, looking at it, it's a fun little cutesy game. It'll set your system back. Like, I barely could run this on a handheld because everything is running live at the same time. Right? It's not just a picture that you're looking at. It is all happening live right then and there when you're playing it, and they're talking about the ideas they want to put in the game. One of the things that really got me excited was as it's GTA, right? You'll have missions, you'll go do objectives, things like that. As you grow, you can buy companies. They took their inspiration from multiple locations. So like as in Ubisoft, for example, when you're walking through the world, you can scan people and see the type of person they are, how much money they have, a la Legion, right? That version of the game had that as well. You can do that here. You can pickpocket people. You can have them join your cause and grow your gang even bigger. At some point, you're in a world where you're living so lavish. Your TV is huge. And by the way, your TV is YouTube, like literally real YouTube. So in the game, I went there and I typed in the website, and now I'm watching the Gaming Circle podcast in the game with music blaring through the speakers in the game. Like they've put some very interesting ideas on display here. So I want more people to try it. It's Only Money. I keep saying It's Just Money. It's Only Money. It's very fun. It's very tongue-in-cheek and hilarious, but you can definitely tell people poured a lot of time and energy into this game, and they have like huge plans for more and more. I'm talking with them in the background. I want them to come on the show and talk a bit more about their processes and why they decided to go so hard on a GTA game. But yes, I got this. This game was not on my radar at all. Like I wasn't even scheduled to go see it. It just so happens that it fell into my lap and I tried it out and I was just like, wow, you guys are amazing. How the hell did you build all of this? 5 people. So there's that. So it's only money. I hope if you guys have the ability to, whether you're ROG Ally or something like that, right now it's only on Steam. So if you have a chance to check it out, demos are available. You can play it without paying for it. It's pretty cool. I think you should check it out. I think it's like $20 though. It's like, it's worth your time, worth your money if you have the ability to check it out. So those are the games that I have been playing.
Honestly, this game looks like the best possible resume before you like go to pitch something. Like, this is what we did within this amount of time. We want to do something like this, but smaller in scope and more, put some quality on different aspects. Just the level of systems on top of systems that I see only from this.
It's wild, man.
It's
wild. Just wild. Yeah. So much. And there's so many little smaller games within this game that they just kind of added. These games, you normally would not get this kind of attention to detail because you don't have time, you don't have the budget. These guys are just building their own thing and they're hoping that you like it. You don't like it, that's your problem. I love that energy. Did
you get an understanding of what they've done before, like how veterans they are in the industry, or
so as a company they have built just this one. This is the first, but each of them had historical reference points in one way or another. Like the artist who built this basically is a musician and is an artist, so he drew all of it. He spent a lot of his time basically making the music for it, and they're all young 30-somethings, just kind of doing their own thing. It's fun. It's really cool. Like, this stuff energizes me when I see it because I feel like this gives hope to the future. The future of gaming, because they're not all so homogenous as you would imagine that the games have become. Then you see something like this and you see people trying to do something interesting and fresh, and it was really cool. I really enjoyed it. It was really cool. So yes, I hope more people check it out. I will be putting all of the links to them in the show notes. I want more folks to get more attention on it. As time progresses, I hope to have some of these developers on. Maybe I'll have different games that I did see. I have more games that I saw at the show. I will showcase them as well. But yes, as you know, I love me some indies. So this is where I focused most of my energy. I spent a lot of time talking to folks like this who are small teams doing big things. So yes, that's it for me. But Aaron, sir, before we start on some actual news tidbits that are going on in the environment, any games that caught your attention at Gamescom? Any games that you want to expound on? Things that you saw?
Yes.
And you know what? Let's also talk about that Phantom Blade Zero, by the way. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, it's Phantom Blade Zero is looking out to be a good game if you like that kind of action-based combat, beautiful animation styles kind of game, of course. But I'm like, have you talked about it already?
Well, Phantom Blade Zero? I have put very slanderous words out there. I have, because I like doing that. I say Phantom Blade Zero, from the small amount that I've played, is better than Black with Wukong. But there you go. That's just my take on it. I think so. Okay, let's talk about that for just a moment, and I'll find footage while we talk about it. Some people say it looks like it's vaporware because it can't look as good as it actually is. And you've played it. I got a chance to play it myself. Like, I think you agree with me that it's not vaporware and it actually is looking as good as it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
The reason this excites me so much is because one thing that I'm not a Soulsborne player by default, because I kind of feel like, in addition to the hard, very difficult bosses that they give you, right? And they give you difficult bosses and you fight them and difficult world and all that. Not only are you contending with that, but you're also contending with the systems, the difficulty systems within the world itself. It's kind of like what Resident Evil used to do, where they gave you tank controls, deal with it, that kind of a thing. It's not quite that, but I still feel like you're not given the same capabilities as your enemy, except in Phantom Blade Zero. right? In Phantom Blades, what excited me about that game is you walk into that world, and everyone gets one. This is mine. You walk into that world one bad motherfucker. Like you walk in there, and the first boss, you can like liquid death. You are if you know how to play the game, right? It's not Black Myth Wukong, I'm a monkey, I gotta jump around and keep protecting myself and then finding my spot. No, you are liquid death from jump in Black Myth Wukong, in Phantom Blade Zero, right? You know how to parry right, you know how to dodge right, and you can smoke. And like, I walked through that game, such a power fantasy. It's more, I guess it although it has the some of the Soulsborne tropes, I think it's more Ninja Gaiden action game than it is your Soulsborne style, right? And it really connected with me. I loved my time with it. I cannot wait to play that game again. What were your thoughts?
I mean, so these type of games, the action-based games with some influences from the systems that we've seen in games like Dark Souls and the like. One thing that I recognized that this does not take inspiration from is the respawning of enemies when you die or when you respawn.
Yep.
So the enemies are down. They stay dead, which is of course a huge pillar in those types of games. But also, I would say that taking into account that the default mode that we were playing at was normal, and there was also
I did try hard.
Mode. Yeah,
I did try hard as well. And the only differences that I saw between the hard mode and the normal mode is when you're doing normal mode, your hits hit as hard as your enemies' hits do. When you're doing hard mode, you need to hit them a few more times before you're able to bring them down, right? So it's not like the enemies are less difficult. It's just you're able to get their health bars down quicker in normal mode. That was the only difference I noticed.
No, absolutely. But I do think that the one thing they said was they have not yet decided if they're going for the normal mode that we tried as the default mode. As like when they launch, they still are in conversations internally to ramp it up a bit and maybe put the hard mode as the
normal
default mode. Yeah. And I'm happy to hear that you only died once.
I died once, man. Just once. That's right.
I died
Get
twice.
At me.
I died
there
twice.
You go.
I thought you said the other thing when we met. I was like, wow. Because here's the thing. I went to the demo pretty early on Wednesday, the first day. So me getting all the way through the demo and hearing them afterwards, oh man, you just died twice. That's so cool. And I'm like, after some time you learn some of these people from the staff or the PR companies or the event companies that takes care of these booths, some of them have really been getting instructions on to share on for the media, share when they play your game, so you make them feel good. It kind of feels like that a lot of times. So okay. I always, when they say something like that, oh, that's so cool, you did it, I'm like, yeah, sure. I just I'm trying to take it with a grain of salt. But afterwards, I heard that a lot of people had issues with getting through without dying. So I kind of I still feel like it's a little bit easy if you really want to bash your head against the wall. But also, we were thrown in we had some skills already. Like we already had some builds. So I'm curious, how hard is it to get to that point where I am leveled with the enemies during that specific level? Which of course is impossible to know now. But the animations and so far, the biggest thing that I took away from it was that there is a parry mechanic, but
and a
nailing
dodge.
and a dodge, but nailing the parry and doing a riposte never felt as powerful as nailing the dodge and the riposte. The punish after the dodge is pretty much the kill strike. And I find that maybe interesting from the 30 to 40 minutes that I played, but I'm curious if that will be a thing in the final game, because I'm, for one, I evading is cool, but I also I tend to lean on systems where the evade is only there for the quote unquote attacks that you cannot parry. Like I love to have that kind of logic in a fighting game where I kind of like, okay, this is not the time to stand strong, but get away. Yeah. So for them to have the evade punishing attack, kind of the strongest one, was for me a little bit telling. Maybe it's just like something that happened to me. I'm not sure. How do you feel about that specific thing? Did you recognize that as well, or did you feel the other way?
Yeah. So it is a system that is known, right? You've seen that happen in other games as well. Obviously, when they're about to hit you with the red, it flashes red. Those are the things you can't block, right? And that's when you evade. And see what you're seeing on the screen right now. When it flashes white or yellow, that can be parried. If it flashes red, don't even bother. That can't be parried. You need to evade. But it's all about that split second timing, right? You got to do it at the very last second. And if you do it at the very last second, then you're rewarded with he counters like with a devastating combination. And it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter how big a boss you are. He is smoking you because you were able to do that. So I think that's how I was able to be successful. I learned early on that it's either parry or block, parry or evade, and depending on what color I saw, quickly adapt. And in doing so, like none of those things, even the biggest, scariest looking foe became fodder, right off the bat. And I enjoyed that. But your point is valid, right? They did give us a demo real quick, and then they just put us into this world at this seemingly at the beginning.
Yeah, and this fight that we're watching that we're watching right now, this little mini boss, I during my, I think it was my hard playthrough, I found a way to cheese this boss, and I was doing it intentionally and looking at them while I was doing it, which is you have this arm mechanic that can, like kind of a prosthetic kind of thing that can utilize different types of powers. And one of them is, I think, is some sort of spear or a bow, kind of an arrow, or maybe you have the arrow shot always. I can't remember, but you can use a bow. And using the bow from afar, like over and over and over again, I took down this enemy like nothing.
Oh, so you didn't even get close. You just stayed very far and just kept
because
bowing.
I recognized for the boss, the boss before that. Wait a minute, this bow actually does some damage. Like I'm tearing down 10-15% of the health bar. Let me try this thing, and I did it all the way through for this specific boss. And I looked over at them and I said, like, so what do you think? So
y'all just gonna allow me to do this?
Yeah, it's not done. Of course, and I don't want to be that asshole to call something out because I know it's not done. But it's fun in that way that you kind of feel some sense of power and you understand the logic behind the systems, and so you can control it in that way. Yeah. And this boss was cool as hell.
Yeah. This is the boss where he killed me one time and then I couldn't go back to him anymore. And I'm like, no, and I had him more than 60% down. I'm like, I got you, because, and real quick for people who don't know, so Aaron got a chance to play this game before I did, and he just kept hounding me about the fact that he only died twice. So I'm like, oh, really? I'm going to beat this whole thing without dying a single time. And then I get here, I die once, and then I'm not able to continue. I was like, and by the way, watching this demo here,
you did not complete it. You did not beat this boss. Okay, I got you.
Watching this demo here was the first time I discovered that he could take your head off like that. He never did that to me. Like I always dodged. I never knew he could do this. I always dodged out the way, so I didn't even see that he could just take your head off right off the bat. But okay, so while I'm playing this, while I'm showing this footage, it is an awesome game. It's so much fun. I contend that, like, as far as the systems and your capabilities, better than Black Myth Wukong. But that's neither here nor there. The game is not out yet, so we won't know for real until it's out. But let me bring Game Logic and Lucious into this conversation a little bit, because one thing that has been all over the net and people have been talking about it is the fact that like Black Myth, this game will not be coming to other platforms. At least it's exclusively not coming to Xbox. Right? And I think this one was they have the China Hero project, which is a project that PlayStation is doing where they're kind of finding interesting creators that they deem necessary and are supporting them in a certain way. Has this come on your radar? I'll start with you, Game Logic. Has this come on your radar? Are these kind of games interesting to you? And have you heard anything about it?
Nope. I mean,
No?
I've heard plenty about it, but it's not on my radar. Is this a?
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I'll ask the question, even though the Souls community will flip out. Is this a Souls like?
No.
See, I think this is more like Ninja Gaiden than it would be Elden Ring.
So I consider
it holds
that a branch of the same tree.
It holds obvious influences by that. When you look at the stamina, you have the health class.
Yeah, they definitely do have some of the Soulsborne tropes, but they also have some of the action game Ninja Gaiden stuff as well. I think it's a kind of a fusion of the two styles. But as a guy who tends to not like the Soulsborne more, I really connected with this. So
I think there's a huge group of games that we're seeing coming out and being announced over the last few years that I do think is important that we maybe stray away from the Souls-like term, because if you don't remember, in 2019, Sekiro won the Game of the Year at the Game Awards, and I think that Sekiro holds that kind of sweet spot for me, where the gameplay comes first, where the RPG elements are a little bit in the background, because you have your sword, you have your different, the prosthetics, and I would rather say that a lot of these games are more influenced by Sekiro than the Souls games, and many would differentiate Sekiro from the Dark Souls games as well. Even within the Souls community, I do think that is a thing. Even if I'm not considering myself a part there, but Sekiro, I do think that Sekiro holds a bigger impact on a lot of these action games that we've been starting to see.
Okay.
Well,
I can see that.
Let me go ahead and get messy. So, and I will admit my own hypocrisy, having just got on my high horse about being hyper specific, talking about shooters. So what I will say is, I mean, for me as a consumer, and Aaron, I don't strongly disagree with you, but I will say, for me as a consumer at the cash register, I don't care. Meaning that that's at a level of granularity, like, because my threshold for my kick out is so much above that level of detail is down at, like, I'm already out. So for me, and part of it's me, right? I am not a person who is great at third-person action adventure melee games that are heavily based on timing. I tend to, it starts to get into that spectrum of almost stealth, right? In terms of my similarity of my uptake for it. Like, I just don't have the patience and the tolerance for it. And then I don't want to be bothered, right? I want to, my desire of gameplay is so much based on, like, speed and progress and constantly moving forward, that that whole thing of, like, the redo and, like, the difficulty and for me, my other thing is my characterization of, when I say Souls-like, it's a very broad label, and I don't agree with the part of the Souls community that ties that to difficulty, right? It's not just difficulty. It's quite frankly, it's a bit of the pain in the ass factor, right? Like I said, like, when gameplay and that manner of progression drives that to be too high, where I don't feel like I'm getting what I refer to as the EROI, or the entertainment ROI. I don't feel like I'm getting the fun out of it. Then, like, I can't be bothered. I think this game looks great. I think this game will do well commercially. I think this will be a good game. I think it's ambitious in terms of its what it needs to have underneath its feet from a technical performance basis on the platforms it's going to. And I think if it gets held up by anything, it'll get held up by that. I have absolute commercial confidence and critical confidence in the game. It doesn't personally interest me, so I'm keeping an eye on it from a business perspective. But as far as, like, my personal uptake on it, it's outside the window. It's
not for you. Understood. How about you, Lucious? How you feel about games of this type? And is Phantom Blade Zero on your radar, sir?
It really does depend. Sometimes I like games like this, sometimes I don't. It definitely does look good quality-wise. I will say that because it's only coming to PlayStation, and I primarily play on Xbox.
PlayStation and PC.
Okay. So if by the time it comes out, I've built my my rig by then I might check it out. But just being a primarily Xbox gamer, that's, I see things like this and I'm like, okay, cool. I'll wait until it comes to my platform, or when I build a PC, I'll play it on PC. And yeah, but it looks good. It looks like it has a lot of cool ideas. I will agree that it is significantly closer to a Sekiro-like than a Souls-like. And I will say that there's been to that point, I will say that there's been an increase of games that rely more on the parry mechanic, which I would significantly see that as more like Sekiro associated than I would Souls associated. And that's mostly because of my experience with like Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. A lot of people call games Souls-like, but they haven't really played the actual Souls games to know what like people are actually talking about when they say, oh, this is a Souls-like. It's not really about difficulty. It's more about like mechanics, meticulous kind of reading of the enemy, understanding resource allocation, that sort of thing. Like that's what those games are really about. And it's also about like knowledge, like game knowledge. So that's what I really see as Souls likes. And so when I see a game like this, I really consider it much, much closer to a Sekiro game, which is also very good, right? And is also very difficult and scratches that sort of itch that people have. I feel so about parrying in games, because every game has its own parry timing. And I find that the first few hours of playing any game that's parry heavy, I just don't like the game as much. And then after a few hours playing into the game, getting into the rhythm of it, then I start understanding the parrying rhythm more. I start getting better at it. Then I start liking the gaming more. Like Kenna was kind of like this.
Their parry window was garbage. Garbage. I'm sorry.
Parry window is very hard to get used to in Kenna. But once you get used to it, you are very dangerous. It's like one of the last bosses in Kenna. I don't know how many people have gotten to one of the last bosses in Kenna, but like when one of the last bosses in Kenna, the last human boss before you fight the god, that boss is so unique, and his moves are insane, and he parries most of the things that you do to him.
It's not the guy in the watchtower now.
No, that's
that's earlier.
No, that's I don't really remember.
Hey, no spoilers.
Like I said, he's the last human boss, the last boss that has like a normal human form. That person is who I'm talking about. And like you're inside of this like contained situation, and he has multiple insane moves that he can do. The one in the clock tower, the one that I think the forger, like the person who like one, that's the second big boss. That's also very annoying. They parry everything that you do, but everything that's dealing with like a specific mechanic where you have to attack the forge to be able to make the boss weak. That's its own weird thing. It took a little bit for me to understand that, but that's its own thing. I'm talking about like the one of the end bosses. This guy, he's so hard that at some point I went insane and was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna parry every single thing that he does, and after parrying, I'm just gonna rot hammer. And I did that 12 times in a row, took no damage, and killed him. And that's after losing to him like 20 times. I just got really pissed, and I had to lock in. But like, that's how a lot of people would say that and be like, man, you're really good at parrying games. No, I hate them because they make me feel stupid and bad. And it's until I can physically force myself to super lock in, can I really yell at them.
So can I be a little bit slanderous in my statements here and say I have a problem with these types of genre games, whether it be Sekiro or Souls-like, because I feel like Team Ninja deserves their respect, and ever since these games came about, they've been lost to the shuffle. I don't know if you guys understand what I'm saying.
I've talked about that before. When even when we talk about conventions that we associate with Souls-like. Like camping right overnight at a fire or site of grace. I'm like, wasn't Tomb Raider doing that when they did the reboot?
Yes,
right.
Yes.
Like so,
they did that a long time ago. That's
so
right.
and I understand, you know, what Lucious say, but my feeling is. And I find this topic like super interesting, right? In terms of how the market and how the community kind of wraps their mind around. I mean, I would normally like to talk about Souls-likes and talk about something can be a Souls-like because it has those design elements, just like we talk about things with RPG elements in them. But to me, and again, I'm outside the bubble, I feel like, and I've asked this question of Brap, like I feel like people who are inside the Souls bubble, right, do have that tripwire where they directly associate that name in association with difficulty. Mm-hmm. And so part of my thing is we had this problem years ago with roguelikes and roguelite. And eventually I got so frustrated because I don't like that genre of game either. I threw up my hands and I was like, what's the difference, right? And then finally I had everybody inside the bubble tell me, well, I don't really know that there is any difference. So
I bet you most people who like roguelikes and roguelites have not played the original Rogue. Because there's a game called Rogue.
Yeah. A lot of people saying that about Dark Souls-like games haven't played Dark Souls to really know what that would really mean.
right. And I don't disagree with any of that, but the other thing I'm offering or I'm pitching is I would say people inside the bubble should understand that the people outside the bubble, like I said, I kind of put it snarkily and said I don't care. I don't really mean it like that meanly, right? But I mean because I'm not inside the bubble, that level of granularity of separating those things into what I feel like is a thing like we just created, which is a Sekiro. Like I never get far enough inside the bubble to care about what the difference is between a Souls-like and a Sekiro. Like, So and I get it. Brat asks me about racing games all the time, and he's like, "Well, what's the difference between like a rally game and a Formula One and a GT racing game?" And I explain all these intricate details associated with the rules of the sport. And his eyes do the same thing mine do when we talk about Souls-like, which is they glaze over and they check out, right? So I get it.
That's right.
I think at the end of the day, what really is going to change all of it, and this happened for a lot of different genres, at some point, the genre expands beyond the original thing that everyone was referencing. And when things start becoming first-person shooters rather than Doom clones, that's what you're looking for.
And then there's RPG elements in everything.
Yeah.
Like everything. What is an RPG at this point?
Sports games have RPG elements in them.
Yes. So card games have RPG elements.
The genres are all over the place. I mean, go ahead, Lucious.
When the genres mature, you'll no longer get as much as this thing is a reference to this thing. But just as Aaron is about to say, a lot of the genres are mixing together, and I really like that. I really like it that new devs are just like, you know what? I don't really care about what is associated to a genre. I'm going to pick and choose.
I'm just going to blend
stuff that I really want and then make a game out of that, and you can call it whatever you want.
Yeah. I think the biggest one of all of these Souls-like whatever is probably the Metroidvania. It is so easy to understand if you catch the reference. But I've heard different types of explanations of what that genre actually is, and I think for me, if I'm from the outside and I don't know any reference at all, because at the end of the day, video games' biggest hurdle and biggest challenge is to be more accessible to more people and get more people into the fold, as we know. Specifically console and the controller system-based games. But looking at a Metroidvania, what is it actually? And if I were to describe it as a explore and backtrack action game, then you would understand. Because those three words includes what that game is about and what type of system.
A Metroidvania. It's Metroid and Castlevania. Go play that. You'll understand.
No, but it's the same thing. Like the problem with Metroidvania and the Souls-like games is that there are so many elements that has already been influenced by other games in the past and so forth.
Sure.
So it's weird, and it
dilutes itself. There's a lot of diluting of that genre. I get it. Yeah, absolutely.
And the weirdest part about it is
Logic.
Well, the thing with the etymology of Metroidvania, the thing that I found funny is kind of looking at that as a sociological aspect of what's kind of going on in the evolution of the gaming community and in industry speak and all that stuff is Metroidvania. We're at the point now where it's Google, right? It's Coke, right? Because nowadays I almost never hear anybody talk about a 2D platformer. Everything is a Metroidvania.
Like even the ones that aren't, and that's the wild part. Like people talk about Dead Cells like as a Metroidvania roguelike. It's not. It's just not.
It's like people on the East Coast who now call everything a nor'easter and a polar vortex.
But this is the beauty. This is the beauty of the genre maturing so much that it starts being incorporated into other things in the same way that everything has RPG elements now, in the same way that you can have a first-person perspective RPG game and you primarily see it as an RPG game and not as a first-person shooter, despite the fact that you have guns in your hand the entire time, right? That, in the way that like the genres are being mixed around and changed inside of the minds of both the developers and the audience, I think it's interesting. I think that the evolution of those things is something that I'm here for.
It is. I will say the thing that's problematic, and I will admit my own OCD makes me hyper specific about terminology. I as an engineer, I talk at work about how people take words and use them to mean multiple things, and it makes me angry because customers get the wrong impression and engineers don't understand, right? And mistakes get made.
Speaking my language, yeah.
So the point where I think it's problematic. So spiritually, philosophically, I roughly agree with that sentiment. Where I feel it gets problematic is when journalists, reviewers, content creators, influencers, when we maybe it's an honest mistake, but when we try and convey what a game is, like in terms of our review, and we fail to relate something, right? Because we get into that porridge and that soup where things don't have, are inexact. And so one of those things, for instances, are we have had games that based on how you term it may or may not be a Souls-like. Flintlock, right? The devs had to get out, and they got out late. But I'm glad that they upped the volume, right, just prior to that game's release and conveying to people that in their minds it's not a Souls-like. And so I was willing to onboard into Flintlock. While the diatribe was going around that it was a Souls-like, I was like, nah, we're not doing that, right? So, but I flipped at the end and went into it. Unicorn Overlord, right? It was not conveyed to me in reviews and write-ups about that game is an auto-battler to a certain extent, right? You get into combat and you're hands-off. Like combat just unfolds based on all the choices that you made beforehand. So that's where it gets, I feel like, a little problematic in that sometimes we're maybe not conveying to people all of the elements that we need to, because quite frankly, like so many writers are just inexact and lack precision in their writing that, like I said, we get down into, things where things are so smoothed and planed out and merged and converged that, we don't get those things across.
No, you're 100% right. And on top of that, the bigger problem is, of course, that if we don't have enough writers and reviewers out here getting paid and actually also getting the trust by the publishers to really get their hands on like months ahead of release, because of how the system works, because of how the industry works, like we're not at that point. We will never get to that point, unfortunately. Because if that was the case, then more and more reviews that we would read or listen to would have that time to really digest what was going on in the game and think about those elements. Because if you're giving a 100-hour RPG and you have 7 days to publish a review, like, of course, it's impossible.
You're walking into a place in where I want to be messy. I want to be messy here.
Because go ahead, man.
This was a conversation.
The system is messy as it is. Yeah.
This was a conversation that was had recently. A lot of people got very mad at Ubisoft, and they also indicated that the score that they gave Ubisoft may have been impacted by the fact that Ubisoft may not have given them enough time to review the game. Now, I look at that and I think, that's questionable, because this is a 20-hour game. And they gave you 6 days, right? Now, a new game recently was also given to a bunch of reviewers. This game is probably going to be 10 to 15 hours. This game is from a different publisher. Nobody is saying the fact that, you're only giving us 6 days, despite the fact that the review is coming out 5 days from now. Everybody announced that they got this game yesterday. And if you don't know the game that I'm talking about, it's Astro's the new Astro game, right?
Yeah.
I'm questioning. Here's a 10 to 15 hour game.
Yeah.
Here's another 20-hour game. I have no problem with reviewers saying, publishers as a whole, we would like more time. I simply would like to show the disparity between how everyone was screaming at Ubisoft last week and insinuating that the scores that they gave Ubisoft were lower because Ubisoft did not give them enough time.
And here comes my OCD. It's Ubisoft, not Ubisoft, because it's ubiquitous software. Yeah.
Ubisoft, yes. So Ubisoft with their 20-hour game gives you 6 days.
Yep.
PlayStation with their 10 to 15-hour game gives you 6 days.
Yeah.
I understand that there's a 5-hour period of time in between those two games.
Mm-hmm.
I just would like to question the disparity between the reactions.
And should we take inferences as to what you think it is, or are you just saying that PlayStation's getting a pass? Is that what's happening right now?
Simply asking, why is there such a significant disparity?
I believe I have all the answers, but I'm thinking, how should I phrase this?
Please.
First and foremost, I don't want to speak on Astros because I'm playing it, of course, and I don't agree with the ones that always, cater to the. I get why people are catering to these weird parts of the embargo where they say, like, you can announce that you have the game and show this specific screen if you want by this time and this date. That is just like, you either decide if it is worth it for you to be a part of the marketing arm or not. I've also, like, when we've had sites in the past, or even for our current channel, we've done those things when we've felt pushed, like, like, nobody really knows that we actually going to talk about this game that time and date, so we might as well push it out. But for my own part, I rarely do it because I just don't want to be a part of that. Like, I just don't. If somebody asks me, like, yeah, sure, you will get my thoughts when the embargo lifts. But just being a part of that marketing arm is one thing. But it's a whole other conversation. But with regards to that, and me not speaking on the topic of Astrobot,
conversation to have at a different time, because that.
Yes. But to finish my point, though, the thing about Ubisoft games is, of course, that these big AAA budget games are flooded with missions. They usually follow a formula that we are accustomed to that takes a long time. Some of the Assassin's Creed games are going on for hundreds of hours. And so going in for a Star Wars game from that specific studio, like high budgets, high profile, etc., I think that even when we got the code and it wasn't me taking care of the review, so we haven't even done a proper review. My friend, they talked about their impressions specifically after spending 17 hours with the game, and they are a master into pouring, time into their games. So 17 hours and still feeling like, where is the character development? Like, they had their own critiques for the game, but also for a Ubisoft game with that kind of template and formula, I know you can just rush your way through. But again, is that what you want? Do you want the reviewer to rush their way through a game that could potentially give them 60 hours, 70 hours of content and by getting immersed in the world? Or do you want them to push all the way through the main path just to get their review out in time? Of course, the answer is no. So that's why I'm saying, like, there's certain expectations when it comes into the Ubisoft formula, the big AAA titles from them and their teams, that kind of, like, of course. And then there's the other aspect of that. If you agree with me that, yeah, there's no time, because of course 90% of all these reviewers don't work full time with this as well, which the PR companies and the publishers already know. So the second part of it is, so why do you need to release your impressions or your review at the embargo? Why do you need that? Well, then, that's up to you. And we do a lot of things, like, if we feel like something is coming in hot and we don't have the time, we're not going to release by the embargo. We're not going to be a part of that cycle because we want to talk on it when we're done, even if we got it days before. And the more outlets that can afford to do that, the better. But unfortunately, we live in a time and age where outlets are dying by the numbers each and every year, and they cannot afford to not be a part of that zeitgeist around the embargo. So the system, again, is what's broken. And not talking too much about Astrobot, but completely different games, as we all might assume.
Yes, but
yeah.
before you continue on,
Yeah.
I will
No, I'm
say-
done. I'm done. Yeah.
No. I want you to continue. Just one small question. If all of this is the case, if there's fault on the publisher side and the type of game that it is, my question would also go back to you. Astro, the type of game that you can beat in 10 to 15 hours, that's going through it the first few times, but that doesn't include any of the time trials. That doesn't include many of the other things that are kind of associated with a game like that, like a Crash Bandicoot game that you play. And if you just play Crash Bandicoot straight through, you could give it a score, sure. But if you don't do all the time trials and all the cool little things that are associated with that genre, did you also really play the game? I would also throw that question back at you. Are you playing the Astro game to its fullest extent before reviewing it, taking into consideration the genre that it is and what people who play that
hold on. So I'll
this
let
is
you
not
respond.
throwing it at him specifically, but this is just
Yeah.
No,
Aaron, I'll let you respond. But the reason why I push in a little bit on this one is because I feel like there's so many reviewers and there's so many trusted voices out there now that it's all about disclosure, right? Hey, I played this on journalist mode, easy mode. Hey, I played this with a mod on. I played only the critical path. I played, all the side quests in addition to the game. All of that is fair game as long as you disclose it at the top, because chances are the person that's coming to listen to your voice and coming to read your message on it knows the type of person you are and has built trust in your style of review and just wants to hear your opinion on the matter. So as long as you disclose at the top how your review came together, it shouldn't really matter what those logistics of, whether you went through critical path or whatever, because there's always somebody else who will review it a different way. Am I wrong in that, Aaron?
My question.
Oh man, I'm seeing a comment that is really getting me triggered.
Why is it that these AAA more expansive adventure games, why is it that there's such an expectation that that people explore all aspects of those games, but there isn't that same expectation when it comes to other games of different genres, which I would also say that people who are interested in those genres care for that sort of review. They want that person to properly go through the things that you would want. Why is it that the Ubisoft style game is the only thing that has that level of, well, you need to give me however much time so that way I can touch every aspect of this game before I give you a proper review of this game? No other genre is really judged that way.
So I disagree, only because, of course, very, very, how do you say, anecdotally, I see that all around. Like when there's a game coming out that is super big, let's take Horizon Forbidden West. That game came out in waves to certain outlets, maybe 2 weeks, the regular Sony kind of publishing thing, like Microsoft 2 weeks, and Nintendo even can go further sometimes, but they're very picky on who they choose. But Horizon Forbidden West, we got it maybe a week ahead, and I told them, like, this is not going to cut it. Like, we know what type of game this is. This is not going to cut it, in their emails exchange. And a beautiful thing that they said back was, of course, don't rush it out. You don't have to rush it out by the embargo. And that got me thinking, I love that you say this, but you also know that if we were a part of the big ones that were counting on ads for the traffic on the day one embargo, then that's kind of foul to say like that, because that this is what we need. We need it, 2 or 3 weeks ahead.
Yeah.
But back then, we weren't part of that. So we were perfectly fine with just like, I'm just going to hold off until I'm done. So we waited for a month before we release our thing. But the second thing here, Sotnists, 2 great points in the chat. Are reviewers entitled to day one review traffic? And that's the whole thing. Nobody is entitled to that, in my opinion. But I do think it stands on the publisher or the developer to either accept, and this is a extremely philosophical question. What are games? Games are art, in my opinion. Yes, it tends to float over to service games and, gacha games and so forth. But in the core of it, games are art. That's how I see it. And I want to work if I'm getting paid, which I'm not. But if I review a game, I want to break down the analysis out of those aspects. And that could be real life aspects, that could be gameplay mechanical aspects, that can be story aspects, that can be influences from historical events and other books or literature or what have you. All these aspects, I want to bring my analysis to that and my unique perspective, because I'm the only one in the world who is or me.
Mm-hmm.
So those things is what I think that our listeners gather value from when they're listening to us and coming to us for our perspectives.
Yeah.
With that said, I don't think the industry looks like this. Look at video games like this, which is why I cannot expect a publisher or a developer to agree on me that, like, if you want me to give my honest critique for your work of art, then you got to give me a month. Let me sign whatever I need. Give me that month, give me that time ahead to really pour myself into it and speak honestly about it without feeling rushed or stressed. And so far, we're not getting there. We're not going to get there in anytime soon, I'm sure, because that's how it is. And a lot of these YouTubers have so much traffic that they get codes, even if they break so many embargo guidelines to this day, like spoilers, like publishing all the endings, day one by the embargo, even if the embargo clearly states
IGN does that. IGN does that.
That's what I'm saying. There's so many.
No sense to me. They ruin the end of the game off rip if you look for it. And like, I understand that they have to go for the SEO stuff, but literally minute one, the same article that explains the beginning of the game, there's also another article that also posts the same exact minute that explains the exact ending of the game. Are you kidding me?
It's crazy.
Hey,
and the second comment,
we live in that world, man.
Yeah, the second comment that Satnus brought up here was that Doom 2016 bypassing reviewers was the best thing they could have done. They were ready to hate it, talking about probably the media or something. What happened, for those who don't remember about Doom 2016, is that they released a Doom 2016 multiplayer weeks ahead that was not getting the love they hoped for. So they decided, because of that, they did not feel confident enough in their single player game. So they released the review codes day one when the game was out, which is, in my mind, pretty stupid. These guys would have gotten, if I were to guess, it's easy to talk about this in hindsight. If they would have sent out codes for Doom 2016 weeks ahead, they would have stand there with a plus 90 on Metacritic, days ahead of the even game was out, and they would have boosted sales even more. So that is them shooting themselves in the foot, in my opinion. I even read the statements. I wrote about their statements on how they wanted to go about, we want all of people to be able to, play the game at the same time. They did this whole blog post the year before, and it is the worst possible thing, because just, days later, and they used Doom 2016 as the example, look, it works well. It's no, please don't. And they did that post weeks ahead of Skyrim, the remaster that they put out. And the funny thing about that is, what happens with Skyrim? Well, of course, they sent out review codes and play codes ahead of launch, because they did it to the ones who were influencers that wrote the NDA, that signed the NDAs to not speak badly about the game and so forth. So it is that specific moment. It is a little bit personal. I remember I was so pissed at that whole messaging, because they thought they had something to go on, but it was the most hypocritical thing in the whole industry during that time. So yeah, it threw me back, but I disagree with the notion that they showed the way. If nothing else, they paved the way, and they wrote it in words in a way that EA and Activision has done, many years ahead, because they have always went under the radar and not being told, because everybody expects that EA and Activision would not. Why would they send out codes early? Because they just don't. Very, very few outlets get let's say the upcoming Dragon Age. Or the last Star Wars game last year. Very, very few outlets get those, and I do think that they're pushing towards 80% influencers, 20% media. But yeah, I could go on a tangent for hours on this, but it's a great conversation.
I appreciate the fact that the business of reviews and how it's seen by our consumers is very important, right? Some of us have this.
My bad. I forgot the last thing. Here's the issue as well. A review should give the consumer some form of understanding of what type of product it is, what type of experience it is.
Yeah.
That is that so a lot of times when a reviewer only plays 20 or 30% of a game and writes the review, like the only thing that I have a problem with is the final score, which is why I hate scores, and you already know that. But what I don't have a problem with if they are skilled enough to be able to explain what type of game it is, what type of systems that you can play around with, and what type of encounters that you could find interesting. Those perspectives are interesting for me as a consumer reading that review or listening to it. But I don't need to hear your final judgment if you haven't really cleared the game. So I think that is also, a double-edged sword.
To that point, and we'll move on from this topic, but you bring up something that really crystallizes in my mind. I used to always have a problem with people, and you'll notice this about me. I love Halo. I love the Halo campaigns. I used to have a problem, and I see you there, Everborn Eyeball Saga. Anyway, I used to have a problem with how Halo is reviewed, because they'll go, well, we played the game and we gave you a review. And I'd get so pissed off because Halo, specifically the campaign, if you play it on easy, it's a different experience than playing it on normal. It's a different experience than playing it on heroic. It's a different, even the dialogue changes when you play it on the higher difficulties, right? All of a sudden, the rousing speeches go from, hey, we're going to go do it, to we're going to freaking go and we're going to kick the, like it changes. Everything changes based on the difficulty you play it with, right? So people going, oh, you shouldn't expect them to review. To me, if you don't review all those aspects, you haven't reviewed Halo, right? And that's a big responsibility to review, like to give a broad strokes of what this thing is about, specifically in that game that has such differentiations depending on the difficulty that you choose to play it on.
You said it previously, as long as the reviewer properly discloses the information. This is something that I think about to this day, because I wish I could remember the publication, but a review for Astral Chain came out.
Oh yeah,
great game for Nintendo Switch.
Great game, yes.
And the
better game on my handheld. Continue.
The person, I don't even remember the score, but I do remember what they wrote inside of the review. What they wrote inside of the review pretty much indicated, hey, like this is a great game, but it doesn't have like a score system that kind of allows you to be able to know how well you're doing, X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like that game. Turns out the game turns off all that scoring system in easy mode. If you play the game on easy, they're just like, well, we don't want to give you the stress of like showing you how well or how bad you did. So we're just going to remove all that scoring system. And we're going to remove the number, and we're going to remove all of that. So it's like,
so in other words, tell me you played journalism mode without telling me you played journalism
mode. And a lot of people didn't, catch that person on that. But I was just kind of like, man, like that is just such a mask off situation, because you're telling on yourself. Anyone who actually plays the game on normal or higher knows that the thing that you're saying that doesn't exist actually does exist.
Yeah. So you're basically you're bringing yourself on Front Street, showing people that you didn't actually do the job you said you were doing. It is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is.
That's the worst.
Yeah. So okay, we're going to continue talking about journalism and game reviews and previews, but because you guys have brought it up, I do want to talk about, and I don't know, Aaron, if you got a chance to see this yourself. This whole show has been us talking about the stuff we saw at Gamescom, the stuff we were excited about.
And I haven't even talked about the games that I want to talk about, though.
Yes, please. What other games, please?
Are we fine with time, though? I can get that, get conversations.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I shared in the private chat. You got some trailers. The one at the top can show you some gameplay. So here are or maybe we should go with the. You decide which game, because a lot of these games are small. I wanted you to decide if there's more interesting to talk about, Avowed or something else.
Oh no, you just tell me which one you want to talk about, and I'll put it on the screen.
Take the Snow Riders, the one on top. Okay. So here's the thing.
Yep.
5 years ago, a two-man team from Germany released a game in Game Pass that is called Lonely Mountains Downhill. You were riding a bicycle down hills and found these weird paths around those hills. And now they're coming out this fall with their sequel, which is called Lonely Mountains Snow Riders. And the big thing that they've worked so hard on is, of course, multiplayer. So if you enjoyed Lonely Mountains Downhill and the absolutely beautiful design, the polygon characters, the sound design is out of this world. It is amazing. Like, this game can take you from meditation to hardcore, just like tearing your hair off your heads from within seconds. Did you guys play it? Lonely Mountains Downhill?
I do remember playing Lonely Mountains on Hill some time ago. I do recall playing it. This and Descenders was big for me for a while.
Descenders it is what it is. I never played it that much, but Lonely Mountains Downhill for me worked. Like, everything clicked. It is the game.
And by the way, it's funny because Lonely Mountains Downhill did it first, but Descenders now has a snowboarding game. It's literally SSX.
I bet.
Yeah.
I bet.
Yeah. We saw it at the Xbox booth. Yeah.
Yeah, the beauty of course, this is the sound design most informative, because they work with no music at all, and they only have the sounds from the cracks in the ice or the snow, or even when you rode the bicycle in the earlier game, stuff like that. And it is very different. You either love it or not. And through sales and Game Pass with the first game, they gained 6 million players. Nice. Which is kind of wild for those two developers originally. So they are up to 30 something people now with this game, and everything that I've seen, and I only managed to do a longer interview with them. I never really got around to play the game because I know exactly how these games play, looking from the first game. So highly recommended if you are looking for a arcadey game with time trials, with scoreboards, and a game that also kind of like just to sit down and relax.
It looks like it scratches the SSX itch. I've been itching for SSX for a long time. It looks like this might be it. It's good. Just
something about this game, or Lonely Mountains Downhill, which I have played so much, that the beauty of just hearing the sound. And the chirping of the birds in the trees in the woods while you're riding your bicycle down these hills. And if you feel like it, you might as well try a new path and just cut all the corners all the way down. And a track that could take you 2.5 minutes, all of a sudden you complete it within 30 seconds if you're crazy enough. It is such a wow. Lonely Mountains Downhill. And yes, this game coming out this fall, just wanted to put a spotlight on it, and it's looking out to be amazing. I hope they nailed the rollback for the networking aspects, because that was pretty much the biggest challenge of this game in their eyes, like going from a single player game with high scores to having these things going on. But I'm all there. I'm all there for it. I'm looking so much forward to it. And they're not coming out and they're actually going to self-publish for this game. Last game worked. They were published by Thunderful Publishing, a Swedish publishing group, and they were on Game Pass day one. Of course, I had to ask him, in hindsight, what
was
without
it worth
or with
time?
Game Pass, and of course, 6 million players playing this game is the majority of them was on Game Pass, so that is of course important for them to build their community, and people like me. People like me who wanted to know what they got next going on, hopefully they'll manage to come out strong only through sales on the platforms they're releasing on. I think they're going multi-plat for this as well.
Okay.
So yeah, looking forward to this one. Just wanted to highlight that.
Excellent.
Then if you want to talk, the next one, of course, Mouse PI for Hire.
Yeah.
This is kind of wild.
I've been following this one for a very long time. I've been following this dev for a while.
Oh yeah?
Like they put up some stills like maybe over like a year and a half ago or something like that, and I was like, this looks so cool.
Yeah, it sure does. So these developers, I can't remember where they are coming from, but they thought about doing, a couple of years back, they wanted to do a game inspired by games like Doom 2016, games like Cuphead, of course, and then they used the term Metroidvania, for those of you who know what that means. So, and the thing about this game, of course, is it is a first-person campaign game with some small parkour aspects, and it's very gritty when it comes to the, it's not a child-friendly game, but you can see exactly what it is. And they're targeting next year. And I think they're targeting multiplat as well. The thing about it that got me thinking was when I asked them, so if the inspiration regarding the art, of course, is Cuphead. And some of the themes in Cuphead, very colorful, like the music and so forth. The music kind of nails the same aesthetics around the 1920s, 1930s. But I asked him specifically, why go for this film noir kind of like dense mode and atmosphere instead of the funny enough, the colorful one in Cuphead? The answer that they gave me, it surprised me, but I'm very happy they said it because, and here's the thing. If you don't know me, I kind of appreciate, just like when I listen to music and I know something about the artist or the writer behind the song, that means more to me when I'm listening to the final end result. Just like with video games, I consider that it's the same thing. And when they said, so we wanted to touch on some of the themes that was going on in the 1930s, and we felt like a lot of the social, the issues that we have in society today kind of throws us back to those times as well in Western societies. With class, with race, and other aspects as well. So they wanted to bring that into the game. And that's why they chose this darker kind of film noir tone of it all. I'm not sure even what the story is about, except, of course, you being a detective that shoots the shit out of everything. But more than that, I kind of appreciated how they could speak so freely about that because, of course, unfortunately, developers or publishers or PR people who even dare to speak on, we want to touch on society and topics that is going on and racism and class.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, you rarely hear that. So for me, I have been interviewing so many developers. You guys also, when they speak so openly about that, I kind of appreciate it. So
it's refreshing. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And however,
the game looks great. Yeah. Like it's unique looking. It gives you something different than you haven't seen in a while. I'm sure Disney's not happy at all, but hey, it is what it is.
A lot of this aesthetic comes from kind of early Disney, early
Steamboat Willie.
Willie.
And it is actually called Waterhouse art. It is a style that is called Waterhouse something, and it is not unique to Disney. Disney was the one who brought it up.
The time frame. Yeah. But
yeah.
the biggest thing is that a lot of the intellectual property that is associated to this, including the Steamboat Willie license, all got underneath the public domain very recently.
Yep.
So the rights holders that would typically go after someone who makes a depiction like this, even if they try to claim, oh, you know, it's a, you know, I'm changing the art form, yada yada, but those people no longer have their
they don't have the rights to do it anymore,
to be able to do that anymore. So because of that,
even specifically Steamboat Willie is in public domain now.
Yeah.
So you can actually use Steamboat Willie. You can't use regular Mickey Mouse.
No,
you can use Steamboat Willie now.
Become like its own specific thing that will be protected for thousands of years properly. But Steamboat Willie, the original one, no, you can mess around with that.
You can still mess with them.
Yeah. So that was that. And then of course, if we're going to just walk down the list here, Crimson Desert. Desert.
Let's talk Crimson Desert.
Yes. From I think it's a Nexon. I can't remember, but it's one of the South Korean developers that made Black Desert.
Amazing art, art. These guys are ridiculous with their art. Every time I see it, I wonder why more people don't play this thing, because it's wild looking.
This game looks too good to be true.
Yeah.
Not because it looks too good, but because you're just able to do so much. Like everything that I've seen from every trailer of Crimson Desert over the past few years, it's just
Pearl
like,
Abyss.
yes. you can fight people, and then you can also ride horses, and you can also pet things, and you can also like cultivate your entire thing. And then here's like these 18 different ways of fighting, and
all the while the engine is super realistic looking. It's just wild what these guys can do.
Like, how can you have this many systems and this game looks this good? Is this game real? I don't know.
So let me start off with saying this. This specific little boss fight, enemy encounter that you're watching right now is the only thing that I spent my time with during my demo. And I had 30 to 40 minutes. yes, of course, the game is real and so forth. And so my big issue, long story short, I did not finish this fight. And it was
good job.
It was
see the
the
reference
worst.
you made there. Continue.
Yeah. I just realized.
That's right.
But the thing about it is, like, give me Sekiro, the last boss in Sekiro. Somebody mentioned it earlier on. Give me the last boss in Sekiro anytime. That is child's play to what I experienced during this, and this is not because of what I do think is a difficulty thing, but more the systems. So let me tell you about it, because I never got around to understand the logic within the combat systems that they were giving me. Even if they had all these, they had flyers, they had papers, you watched the tutorial before. There are so many things going on. So what you were just talking about, how many things you can do in this game, I think for a player like me, that would be a problem, because I never really felt in control. The things that you're seeing right now, that this protagonist is doing, I wish I understood how to do those things. I literally sat for about 10 minutes with the controller in one hand like this, and the other one in my lap, and just looking while holding the shield up, trying to figure out, so this enemy that I'm fighting right now, what are the systems that I'm trying to look at? What are the tells that I'm trying to find? What is the logic behind him strafing around me, and how should I approach that, and when should I use my window to get in an attack? After about some time, there was this small thing where I can hold up my sword and angle it a bit so I could put the sun in his eyes. And then he gets stunned for a slight millisecond.
Wow.
And if I do that specifically for this boss, I think it's not a thing that you can do for all bosses. When I do that, I can use a specific type of double button, shoulder button attack that lets me walk through an attack that takes about 20-25% of his health, like a big attack, and then work from there. But I never really felt in control. So again, my biggest issue with this is, I think if you come from Black Desert Online, you might feel like, oh yeah, I recognize these systems. A little bit dumbed down, but yeah, I recognize a lot of these systems and how they approach combat, because it never felt natural for me at all, even the slightest.
Yeah.
So I hope for their sake that I'm the only one feeling this type of way, because of course there were other people there that got through. Maybe they played the earlier games, maybe not, but for me it was super hard to even get a glimpse of them. And again, it's not timing based. It's not that I played Sekiro all the way through live on stream on Stadia. I don't have issues with fast-paced games and timing. I never felt in control, which was my biggest issue. But yes, it looks great, and it's wild what they're doing, because we saw other things as well.
One thing I'll speak to quickly because of what you were saying. That's one thing that's a critique that I really I take to heart, what you're saying there. Like, I love what these guys are doing. Pearl Abyss, amazing work. Their graphics engine always impresses beyond compare. But there are certain developers that like to reinvent the wheel that I don't appreciate, and these are one of those. Where, when you see the type of game it is, you have certain expectations as speaking the gaming language now, what the button presses should be, what should be your movement, what should be this, what should be that, what should be your sword, right? What should be your shield. And many of these developers, oh, excuse me.
No worries. No worries.
Out of nowhere. Many of these developers feel the need to reinvent the wheel on it, and it just breaks your brain, and you can never get a fundamental understanding of, okay, how am I supposed to do this? Why am I supposed to do this? Like, what is available to me to get past this point? I have seen Pearl Abyss tends to try to reinvent the wheel on control scheme, and I'm just like, no, man, this is not 1995. We now know that the right stick should be for looking and the left stick should be for moving. We now know what the bumpers should be doing, right? That's just part of basic gaming parlance now. And if you're going to try and reinvent the wheel on it, you better know how to do it better, because nine times out of 10, you just frustrate people.
Yeah. And the stamina bar that you see in the middle of the screen right now, like the one that goes around in circles like a small orb, it is hard to understand like what that is. unless I've accustomed to it. So for me, that also took some time before I realized, like, I'm holding up my shield here, I'm getting hit. So, okay, that is actually kind of stamina or my posture. Something is going on with this meter. But because of the design of it, was hard to figure out for me again. So I do think, and they also said this much, not the developers, but the PR people. There were no developers on site. And they said that they have, of course, the big focus for this demo was the combat. And he hinted on, like, yeah, they're probably maybe going to look into this a little bit. Because another big thing for me specifically, again, in these types of games where there is so much going on, at least give me a lock-on option during combat. And that is non-existent here. So that's also a thing that kind of like, because of course the things that we see here, of course not my gameplay, as you want, but I would love to be able to do that as well. And somebody mentioned, was there a wrestling move there? Yes, you can do the whole like running and double jump and do the double kick. You can do that. There's so many things on display here. One thing that I thought about, if they're going to put me in a scenario where I am entering combat, I would love for, it feels right now like the combat inputs, all the inputs that I have are always there. I would love for the game to understand, like, now you're in combat. So things that you might do when you're exploring and doing other things in the world have different inputs during those scenarios. Like those are not here right now. Now we're going to simplify the combat experience for you right now. And again, this was the only game that I kind of felt like sitting there just scratching my head and being angry with myself because I couldn't really find the logic in the systems. I
have a question about the demo. I find that a lot of Asian developers make very, very complex games and have system upon systems. They really like doing that. Those games are really hard to demo. And they're really hard to put somebody in the middle of and just being all like, have fun. Every time that I've ever played one, like for example, Tales of Arise, love that game. I played the demo for that game before it came out. The demo for that game, if I just played that demo and was just like, you know what, I'm going to allow this demo to dictate how I feel about this game, I would have never touched that game again. Because the amount of systems that are inside of that game, they throw you in the middle of, literally in the middle of the game, having all of your abilities, and all of your allies also have all of their abilities. And so you have like 6 people on the battlefield doing just insane stuff, and you're kind of controlling all of it, but you're not, and you don't understand what's going on. But by the game doesn't start like that. The game starts very simply. You only have access to a few systems at a time, and they start building everything up. And 30 hours in, you're still getting tutorials for some strange reason. It's because the systems are going to keep showing up. But when you're 100 hours into the game and you're using all the systems and you're bouncing things here and there, and like your allies are doing cool stuff, it all makes sense inside of your brain because they slowly got you there. Do you think that this is just an example of there's no symptom
of demos?
1000% yes, because they threw us in there with the like mid-level, experience points and so forth. And even if they had a smaller tutorial-esque intro in the beginning where things unfold to the story and set things up with easier enemies, that was not that hard to dig down. Even if that is the case, there are some small things that I kind of felt like this will never work for me. But again, if I am able to remap buttons and get, like a dodge mechanic on the right button for me, or even like the big thing here, the only thing that I would say does fall outside of that thing that you just mentioned, which I agree on. Like if I imagine myself played 50 hours and then met this boss, I probably would have taken them down. If they have, fostered me into the control mechanics and so forth. But with that said, I do think from the little things that I saw and the amount of animations going on when you do these different things, like there's one mechanic where you can run around and you can jump and then you can like boost yourself way up in the air and then pull out your bow, do all of these things. And in the heat of battle, I just think they need a lock-on system because it doesn't really take away anything, in my opinion, so far, just from the enemies that I fought. But it absolutely amplifies the feeling of power and the feeling of, holy shit, I'm so cool. I want to do all these things and play around with all these systems within this game. I do think that is the only thing. But yes, to your whole point, I agree. Like, yeah, if I were to play this game from the beginning and learn step by step, absolutely, it could be a completely different story. Again, this is on me. The only game that I felt this way about.
So real quick, we have 2 more games that we want to talk about, but let me catch up on a couple super chats and then we'll get back to it and then we'll finish those up. Okay. So first off, King Webb, thank you for being a member of the channel, brother. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for being here. Always a great member of our community. And of course, the great J Mac is here and he gifted a member. Thank you as well, sir. That's awesome. I appreciate you guys doing that, supporting the channel. It helps us to go to these places and do these things, and we appreciate you guys and your continued support. And then BT Maverick 707, who's been a member for 4 months, he asks a very interesting question. Were either of you gentlemen able to get your hands on Re-Animal at Gamescom from the OG creators of Little Nightmares? Thank you guys for the great convo. I did hear of it, but I was not able to get my hands on it. Aaron, I don't know if you heard that. Were you able to get your hands on Re-Animal?
Yeah, no, I did not. But Tarsier, of course, being a Swedish studio from Malmö, sometimes I just like, okay, yeah, they're Swedish. I might get to them later. But no, not during Gamescom. And I was happily surprised also to see it. I did not know it because that's the only thing I thought about for the Little Nightmares franchise. Like, oh, it's fully under Bandai now. So, other studios and so forth. But Tarsier is a great studio. So I'm looking forward to looking closer to that in the future, but not during Gamescom.
Excellent. So thank you for your super chats and your messages. Keep them coming. If you have any questions, just put it in the chat itself and we'll definitely look to address that. Moving on in some of the games we're talking about, I know you also showed footage of Avowed. I know you got a chance to get some. Did you get hands-on time, or was it a presentation?
No, so this mission is a within Avowed. We played these games, of course. This game I played. Within Avowed, you have a world, and then you have the main story, and then you have side missions. And I asked specifically, like, what type of mission are we playing here? So they described it as a mid-tier side quest. A bigger type of side quest that you can find out in the world if you want to. Yeah.
This is a mid-tier side quest?
Yes. So they have these higher tier. Yeah, this is high tier side quests that are available as well. I would imagine that the high tier side quests also have different branches that goes on different paths. But this is a mid tier. So like it's a bigger, smaller side mission that you can explore and play around with an open world. Where it took you into this cave, and in the beginning of the demo, we could choose by playing either as the warrior, the rogue, or the mage. I played as the rogue my first playthrough, and I played the whole playthrough in third person. Even if they got up to me and said, like, yeah, you don't want to play in third person because it's not fully optimized yet, so we prefer that you guys play it in first person. And I kind of felt like it sure works for me. I want to see it. So they were cool enough to let me play it in third person because the option is right there in the menus. But you come into this cave and you find this wizard, kind of this mage type of guy. I think this is that. I don't recognize this, so maybe this is another mission. Either way, what I can talk about, of course, is my experience, and even if it's not specifically one that we see right now. But if you played Skyrim, and if you enjoyed that type of gameplay, the gameplay where you are hitting enemies, if you're being a warrior, or you're, shooting bows, or doing spells, and specifically the melee combat, when you're not really feeling the impact of your hits, your attacks, when you're not really feeling like there's maybe a connection, and the animations follows that path at the same time, so it has that jankiness to it. This is that game. This is exactly what you would expect from those things. And I do think that, depending on what I'm saying, you shouldn't be affected that much if you saw the trailers earlier on as well, because earlier this year they also showed
you said jankiness, though. You said jankiness.
But the jankiness, because if I hit you with a sword, then of course a you want that animation to be as natural as possible. Just like if you get shot in the shoulder, you want that animation to be, you don't want to get shot in the shoulder and see me jump up. You know what I'm saying? So the jankiness that I'm talking about is not specifically bugs or stuff like that, but it's more like, okay, I can see the animation trying to do its best, but it's not that type of game.
It's not
just
quite
like
there
with
yet.
Skyrim.
Okay.
No, it's not. I don't think we should expect that. Again, while using Skyrim as a reference, if you know what those games are, that's what it is. But the big differentiator,
and I'm so excited. I'm like, let's go.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you shouldn't go out here and think like, oh, I'm watching Street Fighter. Why doesn't it look like Horizon? Because it was never that.
So I want to pull
what it is. What it is.
Can I ask just one question to pull on that? Right.
Go ahead.
So I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My question is there was an expectation for Skyrim. That was an expectation when that game was coming out. We have progressed since then. What are your feelings on? Is that?
No, I know. I have. I wanted to bring up this point as well because I had this conversation the other day. How come they haven't learned since Skyrim is a thought that some people might have. I'm not saying that you have this thought because, of course, you also know that this is not the same studio. We also know that Obsidian has never done this type of game before. What I'm talking specifically about is this first-person Skyrim Oblivion-esque type of game. They've done the Pillars games that are top-down, of course. They've done the Outer Worlds games that are more, the shooter aspects and, this post-apocalyptic sci-fi aspects. But fantasy setting, tell me I'm wrong. They have not done a game like this before. So for them, it's their first, as far as I see it. So and of course, they can have developers from other teams that have worked on, I don't know, maybe they have developers that worked on Skyrim or Oblivion or games like that in the past. But it's still around that part where I set my expectations. So even if I also saw the trailers earlier this year and the animations and the combat, I kind of felt like, okay, sure, like that's what they're going for. I've seen other games do this, and now I know around what my expectations are. With that said, if you are a player, unlike me, that has played all the Fallout games, but also played Fallout New Vegas, and you feel like Fallout New Vegas did something for you that the other Fallout games did not because of the writing or other aspects of the game designs and stories and missions, I do think that this is what you are looking for. I did not play Fallout New Vegas or the other Fallout games, but I played Skyrim, and I played a little bit of Outer Worlds, like 10, 20 hours, and I played Pentiment. I love Pentiment. And I do recognize that Obsidian has another way of approaching their stories and their side quests and side stories and their writing overall. So I do think that for players who look forward to Obsidian's first step into the fantasy setting in a first-person kind of big budget world, also including their writing teams, like this is for you. I do think that is exactly what we're talking about here.
I'll be honest with you. The animations and what the demo they're showing here, it's very exciting. I really like this. This is great. I love the color palette. It's quite great.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like any game should be judged on its own merits. My just quick feedback on kind of your position is what I don't agree with is when based on the studio's previous works, your expectations should be this. And I'm not saying this is what you're saying. I don't agree when that's weaponized and used as a defense, right? Yeah. I mean, like, look.
I get it.
I mean, because it walks across the entire spectrum, including the 30 frames per second discussion, right? It's and I didn't agree with Bethesda's games have always been this, and so the things that are in Starfield that you're saying you dislike should be excused and like given a pass. No, I have expectations that are set right based on time and based on where we are in the progression of the art. It's not always necessarily they did this before, so this should be okay now. And I'm not saying that I think that the people who have that perspective should not be allowed to have that perspective. I just don't appreciate when one consumer's perspective is that it shouldn't be accepted, and there's this dogpiling aspect to be dismissive and marginalizing of that person's opinion. That's one thing. I mean, and again, I don't hard disagree with it. I'm saying my own perspective is I don't necessarily equate genre to being a reason why like there shouldn't necessarily be an improvement on mechanics, like genre in terms of setting or background. Like I think it should be acceptable if a person has an opinion that a design element should have progressed regardless of the fact that it's like the first time that a person has done a particular setting in a particular time or a particular background or tapestry.
I agree on that as well. Like, you know, if the critique is, because we've seen publishers, you know, developers in the past coming out, you know, with their first try on a specific genre and really elevated things, like innovated in aspects that we didn't see. And of course, as I said to them while I was playing, it is, of course, hard for me to judge this game based on 30, 40 minutes, even if it's, you know, a much bigger game, just like all these games when you talk about levelings and RPG systems and so forth. So absolutely. But that's just how I approach these games. And I'm very biased because, of course, I'm letting all these people that I know that work on games affect me and, you know, the passion behind the game. So sometimes I tend to prioritize to set my expectations how I see it realistically and not as a visionary or an enthusiast, if you know what I mean. But I totally respect and agree with, like, so, if you are just Aaron, like here for getting the best out of the game that you can possibly get, you should be critical. You should raise those things without being toxic, of course. Yeah.
So Aaron, speaking of bias, let's talk about Hela.
Oh man. Yeah. Okay.
Wait. Right, one second. Before we do that, I want to talk about Avowed. I want to give my
and we don't need to talk about Hela unless you want to.
No, I want to talk about Hela, but let's let Lucious finish. What's up?
I will say there's a lot of things that I'm looking at Avowed and I'm thinking this is the evolution from Skyrim that I've, as someone who's loved Skyrim, as someone who's bought like 7 different versions of Skyrim throughout different console generations. And
so you're part of the problem, is what you're saying. I understand.
Yes.
Horse armor, sir. Yes, horse armor.
Yes. Continue. I am part of the problem. I admit it. But like, as someone who really loves Skyrim, has way too much time inside of Skyrim, I look at mechanics like, oh, you can dual wand, the fact that grimoires like are a thing, and they talked about like how the grimoire system actually has, you have like these active spells that like as soon as you like pull out your grimoire, a spell comes out, or you can do the thing where you close the book and then that is its own spell, and there are a list of spells inside of each individual grimoire. Yes. And like that seems super cool. Yeah. The fact that they have a system where it's like the weapons that you get are going to give you specific feedback based off of if you're doing like normal damage, like, oh, you're doing a lot of damage, or you're not doing a lot of like, so if it's like, if you go into a new area and your weapon sounds weak, well, guess what? It's because it's weak. You went into a new area, you have new enemies that are stronger, and your weapon's going to sound different because it's bouncing off of those enemies. And so you go to town, you buy new enemies. I only know this because I've been paying attention to like literally every single thing that the Avowed team has said. So like, I look at all these systems that they say that are inside of the game, and I think to myself, I'd much rather have all of those things as like new ways of engaging inside of the world, ways that like the world interacts with me, gives me feedback, than having the animations being more realistic, because the amount of effort that it's going to take to get those animations to be more realistic, or let's say, for example, you start doing motion capture or something like that, the cost associated with that and the time associated with that does not increase the value in the sort of game that I want out of this game. And that's all I want to say.
I mean, the fight that you're seeing on display right now is with this shaman or this mage that I was talking about earlier. And when you kill him, you get his fire sword. You can also, in the conversation just ahead of this, choose, because he's sending you into this cave, deeper into this cave, because he wants your help to summon this elder god, the statue that you guys saw on screen earlier. And you could either choose to like, oh, it didn't work, because you find other people that tried the same thing before. You could choose to save or kill them as well. So there are story aspects within this side quest that I don't know if this the things that you do here has some form of effect on the other things in the world. And that is the only thing that I kind of like am curious about going forward. But yeah, the game in of itself, like I've experienced these types of side quests before, and probably, the closest one should be the Outer Worlds when it comes to the mission structure and the way that these things pan out. Because of course I can choose to tell this mage, your thing doesn't work. Like, you're believing in a ghost. Like, there's no god here to be summoned. Or I can tell him, oh, this didn't work. What can I do? And he can give you the option. Please, maybe if you sacrifice yourself for the greater good, this will work. And you can choose that path. You can stand under something and get killed and, start over. Which I did, of course, because I wanted to try those things out as well. But one last thing I want to say about Avowed. They said the mage class, the sorcerer, the wizard, was the hardest to play. I actually found it the most enjoyable because of these aspects. Like, you have different powers where you can utilize different bases, where you can either use spells from your hands, or you can use a wand and another class and different, things to play around with. So if this is a game that comes down my plate next year, I think I will definitely go with a mage. Just from I played with rogue and mage, and like there was, of course, rogue has those elements of sneaking up behind somebody, stealthing. I think you could probably do that as a mage as well. I'm not sure.
You
but
can.
Yeah.
In the preview that they have on here, at some point you go against like a room of spiders, and you see the mage sneak up behind one of the spiders and uses a magic blade thing that the Omni blade from Mass Effect. It looks so cool.
Yeah, you can pull out like a big spear thing, which you can fight with. Like, that is one of the melee weapons or attacks that you can use as a mage as well. But yeah, it's so I think the only thing I've heard around this game is, of course, the people talking about the animations. And just like you, I rarely think specifically about one aspect of a game when it comes to these things. So that's probably why you might hear me sound more on the defense when it comes to those things, and just being more realistic aspects of the expectations that I set for this team. Because again, it's Obsidian, 200 people, something at the studio. I'm not sure how many games they're working on at the same time, so I'm not even sure how big this team is specifically for Avowed. But yeah.
I think they said that there are about 100 people working on it right now, and that's like the maximum that it's ever been. Like, that's like, oh, let's try to like finish this up before launch, sort of thing. But like, by the sounds of it, like during most development, Avowed was like 50 to 75 people, which is insane. Yeah. Like, I just don't understand how Obsidian are able to do this.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I mean, they're kind of the Insomniac of Xbox, and I think they have three projects underway at least.
They're better than Insomniac because their games don't cost $300 million to like produce.
Yeah, I mean, there's causality for those costs, right? I mean, that's whether they're better or not. I'll leave that up to subjectivity.
I'll just say this: I love Pentiment just as much as I love Spider-Man 2. But
yeah, and I mean, and the one thing
very subjective.
The one thing I'll throw out, like in my opinion, right? I will always contend. Number one, Obsidian tends to not miss, and number two, in my opinion, they are the most valuable acquisition that Xbox has made since 2017, 18, or whatever. I think I was saying, I can't remember if I was saying it, but I think they have 3 projects underway at least, right? They've got Outer Worlds, they've got Avowed, and then they have a team still working on Grounded.
Yeah, great conversation. Yeah.
Kay, you're muted.
I'm totally muted. Look at me. Thank you. Real quick, before we continue, let me pause a moment and also mention, because he's in the chat, that the Everborn Saga's Kickstarter is almost underway. He's got 82 followers. If you are not following the Kickstarter, and by following, we mean just for the purposes of getting the algorithm to recognize that, hey, an important Kickstarter is on its way. We want you all to follow his Kickstarter campaign. You click the button. It won't even ask you to pay for anything. You just click the button, and you will get notified when the Kickstarter campaign goes live. And it also helps him make sure that it reaches the eyeballs that it needs to reach. So please, if you love the show, if you love us, you come and you hang out with us on a weekly basis. You know, the man is out there trying to make the next chapter of the aerial adventure happen. He's got the Kickstarter all ready to go. He's at 83 followers right now. Please click the link in the chat. I'm putting the link in the chat right now. Just go there and click follow. Follow me on launch, right? Notify me on launch, I should say. And
yeah,
it helps the algorithm. It helps him out, and his Kickstarter will be a great success. I'm actually looking forward to reading the next chapter. But yes, he's in there. Had to throw that out real quick. Oh yeah, there he goes. Yes, there it is. He put it all out there.
Yeah.
What's going on, Mr. Everborn Stalker? I thought you were on vacation, bro. What you doing here? Anyway, we are on the line of talking about these games that we previewed, that we enjoyed. I want you to speak about Hela a little bit, Aaron, because we got to meet some of the developers that are in the process of making the game. Right. Aaron likes to be modest, but this man knows everybody. Right. Like everybody. It's just hilarious how many people this man knows. And when you're rolling with him, you get to realize how hilarious it is that everywhere he goes, you can call him the mayor, because everybody knows and shakes his hand when they beat him. It was a very interesting experience. But we got to meet the devs that were making this game, and it's very seemingly a game that's a labor of love for them. Go ahead and speak to a little bit how you know them, what kind of experience you think this is going to be.
Yeah, so if you guys remember Unravel 1 and 2, made by a team at a studio called Coldwood Interactive in northern parts of Sweden, and from a city called Umeå. And so they made Unravel 1 and 2, and then they released Unravel 2 in 2018. Ever since then, there's been stuff going on, in the background, and they have split up to 2 teams. And this game is going to come out. This is the first showing that came about for some week ago. That comes from the original creative designer of Unravel and Yarny, that little fella, and his name is Martin Salin. I've been doing a couple of interviews with him. I've met him a lot of times, and he's a great guy. I also appreciate a lot of his takes on why he does video games, why he wants to create things that players can experience and stuff like that. He's been openly talking about, topics like, I want to affect people, not only emotionally, but also maybe, ideologically or even politically, if I can. And for those of you who don't know, the Unravel games, they are containing heavy political themes, extremely heavy political themes. But of course, you have to know the context of the mining industry in the northern parts of Sweden, which is a lot of things going on there in the background, and the environments that you walk through in the Unravel games. Even though being a very child-friendly game, they contain those themes. So he's a great guy, and they've come out of the woodworks now to present what they're going for with Hela, which is of course a third-person kind of style game instead of the 2D. So it's a 3D aspect, I would say. The only thing that I know about this game is that the thing they have with the backs, what is it called? The backpacks?
Backpacks.
So the backpacks contain these frog tongues, which could let you swing around in the world and do physical things.
Very weird.
Things. Very
weird. Yes.
And of course, I think you were standing there while we were talking to other people from the team. Like, why did you do this? What is this about? Yeah. And like many things, at some point in time, they had the idea, what if we do something like this? Would that be cool? They played around with it. And I don't really think they thought that much about an explanation for why that happened or why that is in the world. It just felt like something was fun. So they wanted to make it stick. But sometimes it happens. So but other than that, I've not gotten my chance to play it yet. I'm looking forward to trying it out at some point in time, or maybe they don't have a playable demo out just yet because they just showed this thing. But yeah, if you ever felt some type of way regarding the Unravel games, then this comes from the creative minds behind those. And whatever the other team is working on, I look forward to that as well. So yeah, just a small shout out to them. Oh.
Excellent. Yeah. I was there when got the pleasure of meeting them very interesting individuals. Both the director and the art and also the coding team member. Very, very interesting individuals who we had a great time, and they talked to us about their game a little bit. But yeah, I feel like this is something to keep your eye on, because like it actually the Unravel games have had a very special place in gaming so far. They come and they do different things, and they're not very easily repeated. They've carved their own little niche in this market. So whenever anybody like that comes out with something interesting and new, I kind of want to keep my eye on it and keep an eye on it. And it looks like it's going to be something special like the others were. So,
and Hela,
we shall see.
Hela in Swedish, you pronounce it Hela.
Yeah.
Hela means to heal, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. So that may give some inferences as to the subject matter as well. So it should be interesting.
Might be. Yeah.
Interesting
Do
to see.
you know what platforms is this coming everywhere, or is it?
Yeah, I think they're targeting multi-platform for this as well. I would be surprised if they aren't, because they made a huge success with the Unravel games. And fun little story, my tidbit for you, Game Logic. I learned that for the Unravel games, they had a person that managed to help them out and distribute Unravel in other parts of Asia, might be South Korea, maybe markets where they couldn't localize and distribute. And that happened in a way that made them gain more profit, than they had before, because of course, unlocking different regions where you maybe didn't think that the game will sell early on, and then like a surprise, it did them great numbers for the Unravel games coming out of that. So I wish I could paraphrase it better, but yeah, sometimes you hear those stories like, so what happened with the Unravel games, and how is the licensing going on for that? Because it was one of the EA original games, and you got to think like, so how is the studio managing to take in money and still being profit, even if you haven't released anything in this many years? Like, we did this thing with a collaboration in South Korea, and all of a sudden we saw sales rise again, which is kind of cool. You don't really think about those things.
Yeah, I've talked and written a little bit about how part of this notion of people having problems with growth is heavily tied to regionality and coming up with games that are appealing, not just games that are big, not just games that review well and get get high meta scores, but actually making a game that Asian people want to play, making a game that Latin American people want to play, making a game that even Europeans want to play. And that, as and Sean Layden has made comments that dovetail exactly with the same things that I've said, which is that like you can't keep regurgitating Call of Duty, Fortnite, right, and whatever, PUBG or whatever to countries that have already told you by voting with their dollars that that's not what they want to play. And it's more, and I think where sometimes this thought is limited, what I mean when I say that, it is not just language localization. Like it is cultural references, and one of the anecdotes
subject matter, all of that. Yeah.
Right. One of the anecdotes I lead on is you look at Tilu 2. Like what is like the hobby or part of the background tapestry of that fiction of those characters? Ellie plays guitar. Well, that playing guitar has no cultural and philosophical reference to somebody living in an Asian country, right? That's not an instrument that's part of their thing, right? That there may
should have played a sitar.
It could be a musical instrument. Could be a completely different activity, like like fishing, right? Is something like in terms of its depiction in the way that it's different than we go about it, like in America. So fishing for actual food and sustenance, right, and not just it being a hobby. So those types of weaving into fiction is part of the background. And the other thing that I've mentioned, going back to what you're saying, Aaron, is that there are businesses that are propped up in those countries to do the type of assistance that exactly like you're talking about. Help a game get into a country, help you with consulting so that they can help you figure out, what things will be culturally relevant, right, to where you want to market that game, where you want to publish that game, and help you with those things. In terms of, sometimes games are actually changed, right, in terms of their content before they're published in a certain country. So yeah, I've come across that before too.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
I will say,
Aaron,
the game
go ahead. Yeah,
the game looks.
It does, right?
Cool, yeah.
Yeah. I hope it has the same splash as the other ones. That I really do. They seem like developers who deserve that. They think they're in the small amount of talking to them that we did. It seems like their priority is the creative aspects, and then the monetary return comes from it rather than vice versa. So those are the type of developers you always want to push and hope that they're successful so they can keep doing what they're doing. Aaron, real quick before we move forward, do you want to talk about Splitgate 2? I know you had an interview with the devs.
Yeah, sure, if you guys are interested. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
We all know about Splitgate 2.
I know one slow-mo backsnapper who will be chomping at the bit to hear everything you had to talk to them about. He's a big fan of that game. Yeah,
I have two things to say about Splitgate 2. First, it was fun as hell, and I was teamed up with a team of 3 other players, where 2 of them were not into these type of games, but we won, and I pulled through. I did the things that I wanted to do, which was, of course, playing around with the portals, which is the big thing here. One thing that I experienced while playing, the match was I felt, from my memory, only pouring in a couple of hours in the first Splitgate, but from my memory, it felt like everything was more snappy and heavy and had more physics to it. So later that day, when I did an interview with Ian, I think the creative game designer on the project, one of the founders, I hate if I got his name wrong, but was when I said that, and he was like, "Yeah, but it's actually the exact same kind of gameplay system. So there's no changes." And I'm like, "Okay, well, maybe I'm getting old. I don't know." But he said that, of course, there are some slight part of animations and other things with the presentation that comes forward even more natural now, and sound is heavily upgraded compared to the first game. So it might just be very subjective, which is like the first time I heard it. Usually when I feel stuff like that and I say it to the developers, they have some point of reference, like, yeah, we shifted this level, or, we did this thing. So that might be what you're feeling. But this time was like, we actually did nothing. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Maybe it's the sound, maybe it's the animation, maybe it's something. Okay. So it's kind of cool to know that they're, if you're used to the Splitgate 1 controls, you should have no problem going into this.
I wonder why they would then go to Splitgate 2 if they kept the core of it the same. Why not just iterate on the existing?
I do think that they realized the core that we have is so solid, but we don't have any layers on top of it. So what we want to do is present it even better, make it sound better, and make the systems around it and making a full-fledged live service game even better to cover all those aspects is the feeling that I got when we talked about it. And the second part that I just want to bring up, again, I know that we're getting older, but damn, these guys, when I asked them, so what did you guys do before Splitgate? Was Splitgate your first game? And he answered, Splitgate was actually my first job. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute.
So I want to peel back the layer on that a little bit and go back to kind of TKO's question. So the history of Splitgate, and you can correct me if I'm wrong based on your discussion with the developers. So the original Splitgate actually started off as a university project. I think it was 1 developer, maybe 2, as an incredibly small team.
Straight out of university, yeah.
They got an injection of venture capital, and their original intention was to take that venture capital and expand on Splitgate 2. And sometime shortly after they started going down that road, they said, in my opinion, they kind of did a little bit of kind of a destiny, and they said, whoa, time out. This infrastructure, this architecture, this is not scalable. We need to rethink what we're going to do. They stopped development on Splitgate, let everybody know, hey, we're not going to go with the original plan. We're not going to keep pumping out content. We're going to keep Splitgate in operation. We're going to keep the O&M going on it. You guys can continue to play it, but we're going to reboot, and we're going to do Splitgate 2. And then they expanded on the team. And I think a little bit maybe of the elements of what you heard or saw or were exposed to is my guess is that they went back, they restructured that foundational code so that Splitgate 2 is now more scalable, and that there will be less defects, less problems, less, getting in there with hammers and wrenches, overhauling plumbing when they expand upon the game. And I just want to kind of ask, like, did they talk to any of that at all? Did they kind of get into like where they were from a financing perspective and from a company leadership perspective? Have they done something, or are they considering doing something like Helldivers 2 where Pilestead, brought in, right, a CEO so that he could hyper focus on the creative part of it. I know that's a lot. Sorry.
No worries. Sometimes I wonder, like, when I talk to specific American people or English-speaking people, I feel like, man, I wish you could just say what I said earlier, but before I say it, so we can get everything that I said out of the way. Because, yes, exactly that. With that said, we never got into the business aspect of things that much, though, because this was the one interview that I made kind of, how do you say, from the hip. I hadn't prepared anything, so I just got the time and like, maybe I got the time. Let's go. Okay, let's do it. So I didn't get into those aspects, but I do know, of course, parts of the history of them getting more funding and, the success of Splitgate 1. And then 1 year in, they decided, like, just like you said, like they decided we can actually do this 10 times better, but we have to make this choice right now if we want to go that far. So, and that's exactly what happened, according to him as well. So that's all I can speak on that, because I don't know anything else. But everything you just said, and it is aligned with what he answered when I said, was it a hard choice? Like, what was it? Anything during this process that was harder than other things that you kind of felt in the past? But that also transitioned over to my whole conversation on how young these guys are. Like, some of them are under 30 years old, and like that being their first full-time job is just wild to me. I've heard developers being young and only worked on different games before, but like the first gig out of the, like, it's crazy.
That's awesome.
So yeah,
that's awesome.
I'm looking forward to Splitgate 2 and trying it out, because I'm one of those who really I'm impressed by the concept, and I'm also one of those who, like, how come nobody thought about this? It is super cool. Yeah,
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
So
the problem is that plenty of people thought about it, but it was killed in the boardroom, because a lot of these companies, unless it makes sense for an ROI standpoint, unless it's been previously done, unless it's been proven X, Y, and Z, they're not willing to put their money into it a lot of the times. And unfortunately, that leads to a stagnation of ideas.
So it's a wonderful segue that you've just given me here, Lucious, because one of the last games I want to talk about, right, which I don't know how much experience you got with it, Aaron, at Gamescom, but speaking of games getting killed at the boardroom, or small teams doing a lot with a little, let's talk a little bit about Expedition 33.
Oh man,
did you get a chance to see this game? Because I did.
And you talked to the creator and the art designer, right?
I got a chance to speak to the creator. This was one of the ones that the embargo lifted off on recently. I was very, very lucky and very beneficial, very privileged to be invited by Microsoft to sit in on this hands-off presentation. I wrote for it on thegamingcircle.com if you want to go and read that real quick. I was rather proud of myself. I called it Expedition 33 and the Advent of the FRPG, because dang it, the French are here and they got RPGs under their belts. I loved this game. It was amazing. 30 people made this thing, and when you see what they put on display and the actual gameplay systems, in addition to the crazy Unreal Engine 5 of it all, like it is wild. I was thoroughly impressed. So I'll play some footage.
I have to admit, Unreal Engine 5 is really empowering small teams to do a lot. We make fun of Unreal Engine 5 a lot, but man,
no. I don't make fun of Unreal Engine 5. I make fun of Infinite Umbra.
That's true. That's true.
That's a big difference.
But Unreal Engine 5 is really allowing these small teams to punch above their weight. And like Hellblade 2 came out this year, and we can see how just a slightly larger, more experienced team, but still very small, can really push it towards the edge. So I'm really happy to see that a small team of 30 can make something like this.
It is amazing. It is so beautiful. And I love the story. Like, I just love the story. I need to see more in this world. And the footage you're seeing here is from their website. They actually sent us assets. He does look like emo Batman, doesn't he?
Yeah, Robert Pattinson. I told him.
He does. Robert? Yeah, he does look at, but he also looks like the guy who was playing the game
You know
during
why?
the presentation.
You know why?
There's a reason why.
Take a guess.
What? Because they modeled it after him, right? I'm pretty sure
did
they modeled it after him.
They did all the mocap in house. Yeah, which is also kind of crazy. Yeah.
He has the crazy French hair. Very funny guy. I loved like my experience with them, but like I just love the world they put together. The crazy weird enemies that you're dealing with. The freaking combat style, like all of it is just so unique and thought provoking, and very indie somehow, even though hitting this AAA level of quality at the same time. How was your experience with it, Aaron?
I mean, just like you, I sat with them and talked to them and asked too many questions, of course. But you know, I do think that there is a level of polish that you. So here's the thing. You got to be able to suspend your disbelief a little bit when you know that this is a 30-person team, and you know that they have not been a full core team longer than 2 years, which is also wild. Yeah. And the extra whatever boost they got from the Game Pass deal. Did you learn when Microsoft approached them?
No. We did not hear that part.
Earlier this year.
Wow.
Yeah, because it came out during the Xbox showcase in June.
Yes,
it was announced in June. So before that, I often think like, okay, so they probably got the bag for a Game Pass deal, you know, midway or early on, but earlier this year. So it's not a big window between that and them like getting on the space like that. Yeah. But with that said, though, it's I do think that even if it looks absolutely stunning and beautiful, like overall, when you're sitting there in front of it, it's not that. It's small points like the lip sync and the motion capture. You can see that this is not you don't have a team of 60 people working specifically on the mocap and the animations when it's going on. So you see a little bit of, okay, somebody got to tell you. Remember, there are 30 people working on this game, because they can probably give you a interpretation like, oh, this looks amazing, and then when you get into it and you see these things that looks a little bit off, then that could ruin your game experience for some reason. For some people, that could do that. So I just think that is the important highlight. Even if I do agree, it looks beautiful, some of those things are still there. Yeah.
What I will say, the reason why I'm very much shocked at what they've been able to accomplish is, being that like you, I did know that this has been in development for a very short amount of time. They said 2025, but obviously they didn't want to put anything to it, right? So like, this is just, to me, this was more to put your foot down and say, look what we can do with a small team and these tools, right? We are far from polish. Right, they're far from even finishing the story to a point where it's in a playable state from start to finish. There's still a lot of mushy middle that needs to be worked out, right? But for what I saw, like, that is amazing accomplishment for 30 people. Like, amazing accomplishment.
So
and please,
go
ahead.
One question I want to ask. So the person you talked to was actually Guillaume?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, Guillaume was there. The I forget the name of the gentleman.
I thought like general manager. What does that mean? Okay, my bad. No. What was his name?
His name, Guillaume.
Guillaume. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
The person actually who had hands on controller playing the game was basically the person who did the mocap, the art designer, and he also did the mocap for it. So it was very much a in-house. Every single member of the team pulls double, triple, quadruple duty, very, very lean skeleton crew of a team, but this is what they have to show. And yes, you're right, Aaron. You can definitely tell when you're looking on the screen, when they're playing the game for you, that it is between builds, right? They're still iterating and polishing, but I'm still just blown away by what I'm seeing from them. Just as a 30-man team, how far we have come to be able to accomplish things like this with 30 people.
Yeah. And the name that somebody asked, GameTech, Claire Obscure Expedition
Yes.
33. I
Yes.
also thought about this name because I do think it's crazy. The name is wild. It is hard to remember.
But you know what the name is, right? You know what clair obscur means. It's a specific art style. Like and actually I did a little bit of research and I wrote and when I wrote about it I put it in there as well. It's the juxtaposition of beauty and darkness all within one page. It's clair obscur. Yeah, that is an art style. There's a genre of art style. So they're literally saying the name of the game, calling it what you see. You know, you see this painterly world with dark, evil edges and odd, like it's that weird juxtaposition. That is a French, So that's cool. Where that comes from.
That's cool to know. Because I asked specifically, is this a license of some sort? Like this is literature kind of original, work or something? No, it wasn't. So I sat there to myself like, so why would you have this long ass name that is hard to pronounce?
Well, even they themselves just called it Expedition 33.
Yeah, so I do think that. Yeah,
but I wanted to know where the clair obscur came from, so I kind of did a little bit, and that's exactly what it is. That's cool. That's exactly what it is.
So one thing I need you to go into is could you talk everybody through what turn-based RPG with real-time mechanics means in terms of what, because that is a thing that I think that the media, I mean, before this embargo lifted, because I did a long write-up on this back at the beginning of August. I actually hate to pat myself on the back, but I guess that the team being just south of 40 people, and turns out I was right. So
there you go.
There you go, man.
So can you talk people through that? Because I think the media got this way wrong in their initial impressions, and I feel like this is word that is starting to get out, but needs a little more amplitude.
Mario RPG, Sea of Stars.
Yes, that's exactly what I was gonna bring up. It is exactly, well, not exactly, but it closely resembles Mario RPG, Thousand Year Door. If you've played it recently, it's kind of like that
as well.
Sure, yeah. So basically, the bones of the turn-based RPG, the turn-based combat is there, right? Everybody knows what a turn-based combat system is, but this gives you agency in that, where you can dodge using it's like a rhythmic thing. If you do it at the right moment, you can dodge, you can counter, right? You can parry. There's a lot of agency to it, although it's still very turn-based, right? So you're there, you make your move, they make their move, but you can block and you can continue to block. And of course, while we were playing it, while they were playing it, the person demoing it for us has been playing this thing forever. So he blocking every move. I mean, like perfect blocks every single time. And you're just looking at it going, nah, homie, I'm not gonna be able to do this when I'm playing this game.
Their
right?
objective is that they want you to be able to parry every single, if you want, like you could go through this entire game without ever taking damage, which I find is gonna be the best challenge for Twitch people. People are going to go on Twitch and play this game for 600 hours trying to get the perfect playthrough.
The perfect run. That's right. Yes.
To your question there, Game Logic, I do think that it's the way they explain it gets me think that the turn-based aspect is still there, like letting me do my turn with my characters and then react to the enemy's turn. But then before it's my turn again, I can put the controller down and just like sit and think for a while, like that. Those aspects of I do think that I can stand back and decide when
it's like a hybrid control model. There's agency, but you can also stop and think before that next round.
When I activate, I got to be ready to time pa.
Yeah, it's maybe a bad articulation, but in my head, the way I've been talking about it is it's kind of a variant of what I think some people would think of as kind of the active time battle, right, in Final Fantasy, right? But more so on the defensive side, meaning like just like you guys said, it's I go, you go, but when you go, I have timing based opportunities that if I get it right, allows me to parry, dodge, and
counter,
and make an attack of opportunity, right? Kind of like you see in some other games. Can I take a few minutes just to run down a couple of fact sheet things real quick?
Yeah. Go for it.
If I get anything wrong, just let me know. Just background on this. Sandfall Interactive is the name of the developer. Hasn't published any games, as far as I can tell, to Steam prior to this release or ever. This is their first project. Indie team founded in 2020 in France. The charter for the team is for them to develop single-player games for both PC and console. Expedition 33, like you said, is being developed on Unreal Engine 5. Guillaume, I have not have his pronunciation of his name right. Former developer at Ubisoft, who worked on Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Breakpoint and Might and Magic Heroes 7, and then at Ubi Shanghai as a brand development manager and narrative lead. Team, like you guys said, team's about 30 people. They have 4 recs open now, so the team is creeping up just a tad. I think they've maybe got a little more ramp to go. And funding-wise, they have received some funding from Epic Mega Grants. So from the Epic Game Store, and it's coming to all platforms. I know that's a question that keeps coming up. Xbox Series XS, PS5, PC, via both Steam and the Epic Game Store, because they've gotten the funding from Epic Mega Giants. Theoretically, 2025 system requirements are out for the game, but I think they are highly preliminary, and that's going to change as they get through hardware optimization. But yeah, super interesting. Yeah. I also want to ask, and I'll throw this question out, but if you got more to go cover on Expedition 33, you absolutely can. Go ahead. I also want to know, did you guys see anything more than what's already available publicly on Unknown 9 Awakening?
So actually I got to play Unknown 9 Awakening. I got to play it. Yes, I got to play it. It was pretty awesome. So and that was public. Like you could like line up. They had a whole booth set up where you wait your turn. There's a bunch of stations set up that you could play. What was odd was, and this is just for me, I happened to have been trying to find a Risk It for the Biscuit, a great content creator in his own right, and we were going to meet there and play. And while I was playing Unknown 9, he showed up, right? So I didn't have a chance to really focus in on it. What I will tell you from what I recall is the mistakes that, remember we were talking about before, where a demo throws you into the mix and you have all these systems upon systems upon systems. That game, I can tell when you've gone through the journey to get it to be on all cylinders. That game will be powerful. It is awesome. There's so much to the systems. You can see through walls and see where your enemies are. You can possess some of your enemies and then turn in that moment of freeze time, turn them onto each other. There's just so much on top of each other. But when they drop you into the demo, like just like that, it's just like a gobbledygook of button presses.
It's overwhelming.
It's kind of crazy. Yes, it is quite overwhelming. And I am predispositioned to love that game. I have been keeping an eye on that game for a long time. I love the protagonist. I love her work. I think she was one of the best parts of the Witcher series. She plays Jesus, now I'm losing the name. The love interest for Geralt of Rivia. Oh, come on now, people in the chat, please. If you,
I know what she looks like, but the names,
yes. But needless to say, same actress who plays Geralt of Rivia's love interest in The Witcher on Netflix is the protagonist of this game, and it's an Indian developer. It's an Indian style, very Indian aesthetic style game. You know, I'm always out here preaching let more voices speak. So I am predispositioned to love this thing. So Yennefer, there you go. She plays Yennefer.
Yeah. So I'm so happy that you had firsthand exposure to this game. This, I'm gonna get on my soapbox just a little bit.
Please, sir.
We the community and the YouTube circle and Twitterverse, like people get excited about games. This is a game that I feel like we should be getting excited about. This is a game that I feel like should be raised up. There's all the yammering about AAA games, exclusives, blah, blah, blah. Like the premise and the plot and the pitch for this game to me is enough of an inflection of the norm that it should be getting more of a voice, and it should be. I'm super excited for Expedition 33. I've been excited. It's on my watch list. But Unknown 9 Awakening is one that has also hit me. It's the one that's in our windshield. It's coming out in October. I'm super excited. So glad to hear that you got a chance to play, and so glad to hear that at least your initial impressions were positive.
I'm looking forward to playing it again. My experience with it was hampered by the fact that they just drop you in the middle of it, right? And there's just so much systems upon systems that you have to grok in that small amount of time in order to do. There's a lot of there's stealth elements. You know, there's a lot, but you can tell that if and when they dole all those systems out to you and you're following the story, you'll get to a place. They're really shooting their Assassin's Creed shot with this one, right? It could definitely become that next big, you know, tentpole franchise with this awesome protagonist and this interesting storyline. You know, oddly enough, funny. It gave me small, teeny tiny elements of Prototype, walking around, possessing other characters and making them do things. Very cool game. I actually very excited to play it because I wanted to talk to Hargeet Chani about it because he's also super excited. He's like, this is one of those games I want to see that it works out. You know, I think it'll be very successful. I'm looking forward to its release. Yeah.
It's got a tough road to hoe. Like I don't want to get my hopes. It's an incredibly ambitious design. It is going to go head to head with Assassin's Creed Shadows. It comes out 3 weeks before. Like it's you know, man. I hope it sticks the landing commercially, and I hope it sticks the landing creatively. And it needs to be understood that the challenge is, even if it sticks the landing creatively, it's going to have a tough road to hoe commercially.
Yes, it will.
Right, but
yes, it will.
Man, I look prayers and hopes high for this game.
I will say, at the same booth, right? You go there was barely any lines to play this game because it's a new IP. It's a new, you know, no one really has a fundamental understanding of it. They did, for their part, they did have a big booth set up. They had a lot of stations to be able to play. They had a female cosplayer standing there that looked exactly like her, that really, like, they tried to sell it, you know. On the other side of the booths was I forget what Dragon Ball game was available, and that line had like people basically like with tents up, like warming up marshmallows, like they've been there for a week. Like that line was ever. This line, anybody could play.
Bandai Namco is the publisher on this. They need to get behind this game. They need to get in front of this game. They need to get this game in people's face.
Yep.
Like this, like I've made lots of comments recently about like these casual approaches to marketing when gamers don't understand why it's important for them to care about a game.
Yeah.
Like they need to get moving on this thing.
I completely agree. Like I said, this is their version of Assassin's Creed, and it could potentially have that kind of impact if they market it correctly. Bandai Namco has been a little lackadaisical in their pursuits when it comes to this game, and I'm hoping that changes, because I think it can really do something special if folks are given the chance to really like take a look at it. Hey, I hope that maybe Microsoft is looking and can kind of put some energy behind it themselves. You know, they now have with Game Pass and other things, they have the ability to get some zeitgeist energy there as well. So if they do see that maybe it needs a bit of a push, maybe that helps. But I want this thing to succeed. Like, I really do. I think it deserves to succeed. But yes, so I got a chance to get my hands on that as well. Let's see here. I don't know, Aaron, I know you also got a chance. I remember we were talking. I hope you're still here. We were talking where at the time he was looking at this, he was talking behind closed doors. I was outside hanging out, and the convention floor was at a fever pitch of people. So I couldn't get to him in order to play this game.
Let me be right back.
Oh yeah, no worries. Go ahead.
Yeah, one second. Let me be right back. All right.
Yep, not a problem. Go ahead. You can go ahead. Yes. So he basically handed me. He brought to me a Bandai Namco fast pass, so I could go to the Bandai Namco booth and try it out myself, because I had told him that, hey, I need to see Unknown 9. I really want to play Unknown. And then we happened to go there, and it was just like anybody could play it. It was just available. You know, it was really, really cool. So yes, I really am intrigued by what I see here. I hope it turns out well, because I think it deserves to. So there's that. So okay, let us move swiftly along. We're around 3 hours. You know, maybe one or two stories, and then we'll get out of here. We don't want to belabor the point too much. We don't want to be here too much longer. But there are a few conversations that I think are worth having, and of course, we have you here, Game Logic. So I really want to get your takes on it. two PlayStation centric topics, right? One being Concord, because we said we'd talk about Concord, and the other being the PS5 Pro. So let's start with Concord first, right? Now,
one of which is news, one of which is not, but that's
sure, exactly. One is news, one is more speculation than anything else. We shall see. So specifically on Concord, I know Lucious, he's been teasing the idea that it seems that the journalists and reviewers have been kind of giving this game a pass more than most others. I haven't really cared necessarily too much about this game because, as I've said, as you've heard me say a few times on the show, these kind of games don't tend to be my bag. Right? They don't tend to be the kind of games that I gravitate towards. They lost me when I knew they didn't have a campaign, right? But I won't be quick to laugh at their despair or anything, because by and large, I have heard from those who I know who play these kind of games that the bones of the game itself fundamentally have something interesting. I know that the Black Viking, who's in PAX West right now, shout out to him. He said the game was pretty interesting. He played and had a good time. What's his name?
It's great.
The man,
it's great.
Yeah, the man Slow Mo Backslap has also tried the game and thought it was interesting. So I guess my question to you, Game Logic, as a person who tends to you play in the multiplayer waters, has Concord, like, what's your take on all of this, right? Like, is it that a bad game is bad and that's why it sucks, and then it's not succeeding? Did they make wrong moves? What are your thoughts on the matter?
So this is a long unravel. Let me start with I haven't played the game, okay. And there's a reason for that. And let's start with the precursor actually to the postmortem, because this is actually before we get to what I wrote. And let me actually add the breaking news, right? So this morning, what was published was that the estimate now is that there have been 25,000 copies sold of Concord. Yep. And that's based on statements from Matt Piscatella, who, via his NPD behind the curtain access was able to see that the engagement ranking for Concord was 147 on the PlayStation 5 platform, right? Because that's been the big mystery. Like, we know what's going on PC.
Yeah, what happened on PlayStation?
Yes. It's the question of what's going on the console. So he has been able to see that the engagement ranking was 147, right, which probably means a certain thing. And then there's another analyst who also has access to, not insider access, but like a account executive marketing access to behind the curtain stuff. And based on his estimates, the sell through has been about 25,000. And again, whether you take that or not, what is true is that because it's a paid game, you can definitely look at engagement numbers and determine that has some, equitability to or equity to actual player count, right? When you can see the player count, you can make guesses at what the sell through has been. So the first aspect of what is the problem with Concord? I don't. You can feel however you want to feel about the gameplay. I mean, we see what the Metascore ranking is. There are apparently people who like the game. I think one of the key issues with it, when we go back to unraveling the business cases, I think there was a miscalculation about hero shooters in that genre, that subgenre. And I think the gaming community gets this wrong, myself included. I kind of had this epiphany when we were talking about it on Enough to Keep Going last Sunday. And the fact of the matter is, we all make a very big deal about hero shooters, as if they're a big deal on the market. There's four. There are four hero shooters,
successful ones, and the rest of them all keep failing.
Also rans, right? Failures, right? There are four ones that are a big deal that really move the needle, and two of those we don't even traditionally think of as a hero shooter. There's Valorant, and there's Overwatch.
Yep.
Number 3 is Apex Legends, which is a battle royale first. Right. And is a hero shooter, right, second. And then there's the one that people don't even think of as a hero shooter, and that's Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, true.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
My going assessment is that the fact is that hero shooters aren't a big deal, right? And in fact, I'm starting to slide them into the category of where I put extraction shooters, which I also think are not a big deal and are not going to blow up and are not going to gain big, huge market share.
What do you think of Marvel Rivals, though? That seems to be potentially coming to upend some of the market, maybe take some of that pie. What do you think?
So, I mean, my estimate on Marvel Rivals is, first of all, that is and Aaron was trying to unravel this earlier in the show. I mean, so we've got Nexon and we've got Nacon, which are both Asian developers, and both kind of slide into the griminess, right? That those developers do.
French?
They could be. I could have that wrong. Nexon was the publisher behind, if I'm not mistaken, was the publisher behind Lawbreakers. I actually, way back in the day, I actually went down to a press junket at a Boss Key Studios and interviewed Cliff and his partner, and had some lengthy discussions about Lawmakers and watched that whole thing. And at the end of the day, it was a parting of the ways.
Aaron, you are right. Nacon is French. Yes. Please continue. Okay.
So my apologies about that for getting that wrong. But at the end of the day, I don't have any belief that any Nexon game is ever not going to become a gacha, microtransaction driven, loot box, right? Freaking predatory palooza type of game. So my personal feeling about Marvel Rivals, I think it's gonna launch big. I think it's gonna capture a lot of people, but I think eventually it's gonna trail off to the Marvel superhero comic book people faithful who are gonna stick with it. I think then Nexon is gonna start twisting that ground, because remember, they have been brought up on regulatory charges in Korea for being untruthful about their microtransaction and loot box mechanics, and actually changing the formula behind those when they had testified previously, right, in under sworn deposition, that they had not done that. So I think Marvel Heroes will make a splash, but I think my personal assessment is long term, I don't think it's going to be that big.
It's not going to do much. Understood. So let's focus more on Concord here, because as we've heard it, and like you, I have not played those games really don't speak to me, so I can't either yay or nay their current predicament. It seems that some are in the school of thought that the game should have been free to play from jump, and why have they not been free to play? Others just say that a bad game is a bad game is a bad game. I saw Tom Warren saying, hey, Sea of Thieves, he tweeted out the Sea of Thieves came out at $40 and it sold 1 million copies on PlayStation 5, right? And this is similarly priced and hasn't done as well. I would argue that Sea of Thieves was a mature, built-up game that had a zeitgeist behind it by the time it hit PS5, so people knew of it anyway. So it may not be exactly an apples-to-apples comparison, but let's start with what is the tail of the tape and the status of it, and then we'll move to, can this be saved, being that it is a service game, and they live and die by their latest batch of content. Let's start with you, Logic.
So I think, like I said, tail of the tape is, we think 25,000 copies sold. And I go back to some calculations that I've done. I think I'm calculating that the Sony investment on this prior to acquisition was about 45 mil. That's if you take the team is Firewalk Studios is about 170 developers right now. And so if you go back in time, let's wind this all the way back. Studio was formed in 2018. Studio signed an exclusivity agreement with Sony/PlayStation in April of 2021. Studio was acquired in April of 2023. So Sony theoretically would have had nothing to do with funding of the game prior to April of 2021. Probably there was some element of mixed funding because they were owned by probably monsters during that time. But even if you I base my calculations on an assumption that Sony had fully funded it, just to paint a worst case scenario. So probably 45 million, given that I'm saying at 170 devs, they weren't at that ramp through the entirety of that development. So I'm looking at the curve and putting it at 112 steady state. So looking at that funding over 2 years, you get to 45 mil. Then you add the additional year of development under acquisition, like with internal exchange rates and not paying overhead, not paying fringe and margin and profit and all that because you had it outsourced. You're probably at, I think I said 55 or 60 mil. And then I put in another 15 million on top just for mocap, audio, stage time, et cetera. So you're probably at 75 mil, right? This is a sub $100 million game, in my opinion, based on my estimates.
Can I ask you, Logic?
Yeah,
This is super interesting. This is a long time ago now when I heard the calculation from a developer, like, and he told me, like, if you want to try and figure out how much a game costs to develop, take the number of developers times, so let me translate this to dollars, times $600 a day, and then just multiply from there. I know that that number should have gone up by now to maybe $100. No, $1,000 per day per developer, including production, hires, tools, so forth, and then go from there. How do you use what kind of math do you use?
Yeah, so what I do, and this is, so first of all, I'll start with, I base my salary ballpark on, and I've been a hiring manager in the tech industry for 2 decades now. So, and what we do is we, across the multiple companies I've worked at, we outsource to like an HR company that gives us regional salaries, right? So we can look around the country and see what the going rate is that people are being paid for software developers. And then I know what I'm paying developers, like fresh out of college and mid-grade and stuff, right through various grades. So, so looking at, and then I've also bounced, right, my numbers against people that I know in the gaming industry. And so I know what the kind of calibration factor is. The fact is that they're underpaid, in respect to what the tech field gets, right, outside of gaming. And then on top of that, you also have an intermix of things like testers, artists, things like that get paid significantly less than a hands-on keyboard software developer, right? So I use my calculations at 100K for the entire development team when you're outsourcing it, and because you're not paying to run that studio, right? And then when you bring them internal, I use 1.4. So generally for the total cost for an employee is typically their salary times their salary times 1.4, right, to pay for their benefits and their seat and their HVAC and all that kind of stuff. So at any rate, that's that.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem at all. So my feeling on what's gone wrong with Concord, and I'll just go through this, and we'll see how much time we have. So number one, the PlayStation bumper sticker, we're gonna let our games do the talking, doesn't work so much for a games as a service, especially when the studio is Firewalk. So despite what that staff's pedigree is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I'm agreeing with you and saying, and also that the game is also primarily on PC. That doesn't float as easily. Yeah.
So despite that staff's pedigree, as a cohesive unit, they are a relative unknown. When Bungie talked to you about Destiny, with the legacy of the Halo franchise behind them, you knew to pay attention. When Neil talked to you about factions, you thought you should lend an ear. When Casey sat on the E3 stage and talked about Anthem, you were given cause to pay that some mind. This is not the only thing that needs to happen, obviously, but it is an essential piece that for a gas game, the business, whether it is backed by studio pedigree or franchise history, needs to message why the service game is important. So the big problem for me on Concord, why I haven't bothered to get down out of my seat to go play it, it hasn't been conveyed, I would contend, it hasn't been conveyed to a PlayStation player why this game is important, why I should care, why I should be bothered. And I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to, my big takeaway from this is what PlayStation needs to do with this is pick up the lessons learned and weave those into what it's doing with the remainder of the gas games in the pipeline. My skip ahead to this is talk about fair games, right? Jade Raymond, love her. Truth is, she hasn't shipped a game in over a decade. Not one that she's been close to the metal on. She has an executive producer credit from 2015. So when I look at what should be done with fair games, Jade getting out in front of that game and telling me why fair games is important isn't going to cut it, right? The business needs to convey that to me. PlayStation needs to take the lessons learned from Concord and the positives that it's learned from Helldivers 2 and ensure that those are implied as tangible changes in the gas development and production pipeline. PlayStation does this thing of, you're the development studio, we're going to back you, but you need to go sell your game. It is very selective on games that PlayStation as a corporation sells to you. For the most part, it's on studios' shoulders to go sell their game. And my problem is when you have a gas game where it's highly dependent upon player base, right? Because I go back to the core tenet of gas. New players coming in go where the players are. when a new player comes in, and this is why, while the market is big, the number of games that this thing will support is very small, right? Because when a new player comes in, where do they want to go? They want to go to where the most players are. And that's why in this space, you're only going to have enough room really to make big bucks for a Call of Duty, for an Apex, for a Fortnite, right? Because they suck all the air out of the room.
Yep.
So my going back to what my original statement is, like one of the problems I think is that PlayStation doesn't do a lot. There's elements of why I hate to say this, but there are elements where I think it's appropriate. If I take the Xbox marketing campaign for Redfall, or not even the marketing campaign, but just the voice track, because in fact I think the voice track is more important than the marketing. It's not marketing volume. It's what people say about the game and who says it and why they tell you it's important. Mm-hmm. I take how Xbox treated Redfall before it came out, before we knew it was a problem. I take what Xbox said about Redfall and I say, what if I intermix that with Concord? I feel like that game lands and has a splash and does more on the market, at least in the initial outset, than Redfall did, personally.
Oh, man. So,
go ahead, Aaron. Yeah.
I mean, first of all, so we got sent a code for Concord from Sony. And here's the thing. My schedule right now is so packed, so I probably would not have picked it up unless it fall down on my knees. And there's nobody else in our channel that wanted to cover that specific game. So I came in with okay, let's get this over with kind of approach. But I immediately thought to myself, after a couple of hours, and I've been playing it every night, I think it's a super solid foundation. I think it's a super fun game. I think the way that they're trying to do what Overwatch did, that nobody else has really pulled off for me, is not top notch, but it is high quality. And I'm talking specifically about the vignettes, the characters, the small overarching story and the lore about it. There are certainly things that I want more from the game, but as a game that has a very solid foundation, it feels like I am, as a player, I am here for it, and please add some more things here. These things and these things. Might be quality of life, might be down the line. Let's speculate that Sony have been giving these guys, let's speculate they've been giving them, 12 to 18 months. Like, turn this around or make it happen, whatever you want to do. You got 18 months or you got 1 year. Whatever they're doing down the line, there are some small things that I want to see, but there are also some maybe bigger, completely different things that are very, very hard to implement so far, which is, of course, ultimate attacks, like ults, unique ults for each and every character. That would change the game overall, so I don't expect anything like that. But the base game and the core, like the foundation, the crew deck builder, super cool, also very exploitable. But the gameplay, like, it's snappy as hell. It works fine. I'm having a lot of fun shifting between characters. So the game, I find it very polished, the base. Of course, there are bugs there. There are elements of where a character don't take hits when you playing at a server that is not that laggy. The packages seems to be a problem as well between the server and the players, depending on what game you fall into. So there are aspects of a new live service game being released there, but the solid game, the base of it, I highly enjoy it. With that said, sometimes I look at this and I don't have any explanation for it. So I'm not going to be here like, so here's this theory, what I heard. I have heard. Okay, so what I have heard is things that I always promise myself not to go into these rumors, especially when it's such a loose thing through other people that I've heard it from. What I can say, I've heard from people that I know within the industry that knows people at the team or close to the team. Don't trust me on this. I've heard other numbers than those estimated 25,000. Let's just say it's higher numbers. Yeah,
It's
higher.
higher numbers.
Higher.
Okay.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yeah. I can only speak of like getting into a game. It is very easy. I don't have any issues like sitting for 5 minutes or something like that. But more than that, I do think that the biggest problem they have here is, of course, the unexpected launch of Black Myth, that being a success and the talk of the town. And also, of course, unexpected or expected or planned or just a random coincidence. Who knows? Like Overwatch launching their new character. And you got, of course, that beta for the Marvel game around the corner being just pretty well received, though, I got to say. So things are happening, and launching a live service game,
it's hard.
No one expects that to be easy. Of course not. Nobody.
And Call of Duty did a double XP weekend.
I mean, there you go.
And don't, and like I said last night, don't you think for a minute that wasn't deliberate?
Yeah, but that was planned well ahead, though. But now that you're saying it, the release date for Concord was
so
also
was the Concord release. That's right.
But
Lucious,
anyway,
sir,
so as a game,
are you in here?
Yeah. I'm waiting for my chance to jump in.
Okay.
Let me shut up.
So Aaron, no. I don't want you to shut up, Aaron.
No, I'm just
you've put some time into the game, right? Aaron, right?
Yes.
And is this your kind of game? Do you see why people are against it, or why it's not doing so well in the market, or is it surprising to you?
So this is not my type of game. I don't play hero shooters that often. I've tried out Overwatch. I've tried out Valorant when it first launched on PC and stuff like that. So I get the gist of kind of like I follow the story and the narrative around Overwatch and Blizzard's mastercraft in selling their characters and their world with this high budget vignettes and pre-rendered storylines.
Yeah.
So what they did with Concord, I kind of appreciated somebody else trying to also do that thing. But this is not my type of game, not at all. I enjoy to be able to analyze them from my perspective. Also, again, full disclosure, like this is not my type of game, but I can tell you what I appreciate about it, and I can tell you from experience in other, like Halo Infinite. I love Halo Infinite, and the multiplayer, I love it. It's just something that I fall into every now and then. These multiplayer games, and the feeling of Concord it controls super well. It is super tight. It is really on point. But I do think that having a game that has a foundation that lets players enjoy themselves and level up and see the things going on, and each and every week they come up with a new vignette and so forth. Having a game with a solid foundation that rather has players wanting small other stuff on top of it, like put a cherry on the cake, please. Oh man, that would be so great. Like, you rather want that instead of a Redfall, which I enjoyed my time with, and it's not the same game. So they should not be compared at all. Redfall being another thing, but the complaints against Redfall was mission structure, campaign, of course all the jankiness when it launched and so forth. So even if I had a way to find enjoyment of the content that was there while my first playthrough, I totally understand. But there's things here that you might not want to touch, and you might want to wait half a year before they've patched things up. But Concord, it's fun out of the gate. It's just pure fun out of the gate, and there are aspects that I want more of, and I think that's a better foundation to go from there. But then it's all up to the zeitgeist. People got to play it, talk about it. But let's imagine they have tens of thousands of players through the rest of the year. Is that a strong enough core audience for them to keep going?
I'm going to contend no, but
question.
I'll let Lucious go first, though.
Go ahead, Lucious. I know you have a specific bone to pick with this game because of how the media is covering it or the lack thereof.
Yeah,
I want you to expound on that a little bit.
I'll say the positives first.
Okay.
One,
there are positives.
Yeah. One,
Go ahead.
this game does look like the type of game that I'd want to play.
Okay.
Everything about the mechanics makes it seem as if it's like one of those games where it's just like you have to give it a little bit of time, understand what the mechanics. You can't zoop around like you can in Call of Duty and other games. The movement's slower. Everything is more meticulous. and I like games like that. So I see the gameplay, and I'm like, this could probably be very good. I can see the base application of it being very good. I think that the general map design that I've seen and the aesthetic is very good. I think the biggest problem is the character design, because in a character-based game, in a character shooter, the characters need to appeal to people. And it doesn't mean that every single character needs to be appealing to everyone, but it means that every character needs to be appealing to someone. And I look at the series of characters that they have on display, and I question who they thought those people would be appealing to.
So you're saying they got ugly people?
Yes. But I think that
crazy.
I don't think that inherently the design of the characters are inherently bad. I think that the way that they chose to display the design of those characters is bad. Gene Park said something very interesting on Twitter, where he spoke about the general designs of the characters in Concord could probably work if they were more animated than they are realistic. Because there's this more realistic look to the designs.
The lighting, yeah.
And the lighting is more towards a realistic look. It makes these designs look much worse to us because these characters look human-esque, but they aren't human. And in a lot of ways, they're ugly and have like weird features and whatever. A lot of these things would have been ignored if it was a more animated kind of look to it. But because Sony themselves kind of advocate towards that more realistic look, realistic lighting, that may have impacted the general, I would say, like the design of those characters. I think that interrupted with the objective of what they were trying to make those characters look like. And the only reason why I say this is because I saw an animated short of a bunch of those characters that the Concord devs released, and all of those designs actually look sick. Like when you put them in an anime form or whatever, those designs that look super exaggerated and kind of weird and like almost like future Final Fantasy-ish, and where like weird spikes coming out of the whatever, like that looks really cool when it's like in an animated form, but when it's more in realistic and kind of real lighting, it just looks weird. It looks weird.
Okay.
Have you seen any of the kind of like the between games and the character, pick menus and stuff like that?
The CG stuff or the menu?
No, I mean when you pick your character before you go into a game and stuff like that.
Character select screens, yeah.
Because it is very high quality there. So if you like, and the vignettes, of course, are also pretty high quality. Like I do think I hear your point. I absolutely do. But I would be interested to hear what you think when playing the game and seeing, the pick your character and stuff like that, or, the winning post and stuff like that, because it is all that same art with the same lighting and so forth. I do appreciate the way that these colorful, weird maps and worlds also have that same level of, this looks like a real weapon. The lighting comes off realistically and so forth. I appreciate that, but also it is all over the place. So, but I can see your point. But I would be interested to hear if you get your hands on it sometime.
Yeah. If I get my hands on it, I'll definitely let you know. But like the one thing that I give Overwatch a lot of credit for is that, and I can say this the more clean way or the more dirty way, but like every character in Overwatch appeals to someone, right? You may not, not every single person in Overwatch is attractive, but most of them are attractive, right? And most of them aren't, I would not call, traditionally super attractive to like everyone, but everyone's gonna have a niche there. Everyone has a kink, all right? And it's weird. I understand that we're going into a weird topic, but like, we have to start understanding, like, baseline, what makes people run towards kind of character like base shooters. And it's going to be the characters. It's going to be like the appealing look of those characters. And if you have those characters that look good and appeal to people, then people will at least try your game. And I think that there was an issue in where I'm just going to say it, the characters aren't appealing. They don't seem very appealing.
So your diagnosis is ugly people.
You shouldn't want to bone the characters. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I'm just looking.
No, I get what you're saying. Ugly people. You wish they were more attractive.
So I do think that from that perspective, and I'm getting throwbacks right now. I love these
Marvel Rivals. Everyone in Marvel Rivals is hot.
To you.
True.
To you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the subjective part of it. It's
a subjective part. Yeah.
Because I do think that following a Western so now we're gonna really go deep. If we follow the Western ideal of what beauty is, we go across the world, we find ourselves either in a situation where we realize, like, the Western ideals might be beautiful over here, or they might be impactful or influenced, or through colonization, through history, Western ideals have, getting a grip across different parts of the world, of course, especially here in the Western world. What I do think is, for me, and this is really subjective, me as a human, Aron, I am more attractive to personality, and I do think that you guys agree, of course, than the superficial, the everything, the on the surface. Like, I don't care about the cover of the book, but what's inside. And this very cliche, but it's probably something that I've been growing older into, with age. But with that said, them presenting these characters with personalities gives me so much more than let's use Marvel. I haven't played Marvel, so I don't know that much. But if you let's put the First Descendant, or let's talk about Stellar Blade. The main protagonist of Stellar Blade, Stellar Yams. The main protagonist. I as a person don't find that attractive until I know you. And if you don't write this protagonist very well, then that's just going to go. And I do think that is extremely subjective. Again,
I agree with you, and I agree with you 100%, Aaron. Yeah. I do see Lucius's point, because they're dealing in the shallow waters, right? Yeah. They're dealing in the shallow waters of the market, right? That's the reason why most of these characters, even in the Marvel context, that's why they are drawn as if they are naked with their clothes painted upon them, because you're trying to get the shallow waters of the market to be like, ooh, that's attractive, and gravitate towards it.
Even if we were just to be like, hey, it's not traditional attractive, let's look at Overwatch. Let's actually look at Overwatch characters. There's a lot of different characters that have like non-traditional, like, attractive features that are like, that aren't all the same body shape. That like one of the most thirsted on characters is May. She's not like a super skinny, like, whatever. Like, there's a lot of different characters and a lot of different body styles. There's like a Samoan dude, or like a who's like super big. Like, there's all these different body types in Overwatch. So they find ways to show the human body can be appealing in different ways, but they recognize at the end of the day, we can try to be better than this baseline whatever, but at the end of the day, people like to look at things that they like to look at.
And I do think, like, again, coming from the aspects of the creators behind Concord, I would not know. But since I do know that Overwatch has catered to a much bigger demographic within women, non-binary, LGBTQI plus communities, which has been big, which is also a reason why you see a lot of backslash when things come out of Blizzard and Activision being very toxic and against those communities. Like, those things are there. And again, as I said early on, the biggest challenge for video games today is to get more people into the fold. That's the biggest challenge, and that is probably the challenge that nobody will overcome at the end of the day. With that said, again, I do think like that. This is my perspective. I get market perspective. I get that. I get the cynical part, like of they have to do this to cater to a demographic that rather play and look at things that they find beautiful. I get that. I, for myself, I do appreciate it. And I do think that I'm a part of at least a base of players and consumers that appreciates more diversity and letting personality traits come forward instead of the superficial things. And I do think that they nailed that aspect. So I actually will be the villain in this whole thing, if I'm the villain, and it's like I do think they nailed that aspect with letting these characters have personality
matter in an arena.
So hold on.
I mean, that's the thing. It shouldn't. Yeah,
the personality would matter in a different sort of game where you get to know these characters more and interact with them. But outside of choosing a character and shooting another character in the face, I'm not really interacting with these characters that much. So putting personality first as a way for me, the user, to interact with that person is asking too much out of, like, you are like third date in. You have a mentality third date in when you're in the first date, is what I'm saying. You're trying to attract people initially, and you're trying to use your personality as a way to attract people. And I'm not saying that your personality isn't great. Baby, you have a great personality. All I'm saying is clean up a little bit, and that will attract more people initially to get you to the third date, for people to be able to understand who you are. That's all.
So Lucious, let's and we're staying with we are gonna stay with Concord, but let's turn the page a bit and move forward. Okay, with Concord still. Okay. Which
so
is
what I'm saying? Can I just cap off
please,
of this?
Jump in.
From again now I'm gonna get really dirty. From a marketing perspective, I get why the porn cameos online from Overwatch is making that game survive through heavy times. I get it. I get why some people are in it for that.
34 has literally elevated Overwatch significantly.
Listen, I mean, it is what it is. It is, do you, whoever you are. But I get it. But I'm just like, if another game comes out and has this plethora of characters that tries to build character through personalities, I'm all for that. I think that's pretty much it. But I can understand this cynical perspective. Sorry if I'm calling it cynical. I'm not saying that you're cynical, but maybe I'm trying to get along with your perspective on it. I can see that point as well. I just on the base level, from the game perspective, I disagree. I really like what they did with the characters so far. But yeah, I hear your point, absolutely.
Oh, Game Logic, I want to get you in here, which is what I want to know now, and I want the answer from all the three of you guys, but I'll start with Game Logic. So here we are. It's some people going, it's a flop, it's over, right? But we've seen Ubi do it, where their game comes out, it's a flop, seemingly, right? That's the narrative. And then quietly in the background, they're working on it. And before long, you have For Honor that's making a killing now. Even though it was dead.
Skull and Bones. Riders Republic.
Making exactly.
The layman looks at that and says, why in the heck are those people still getting content? Why in the heck is Ubi still backing that?
Killing now, right? So I guess my question to you now is, does Sony have the patience to turn what's going on now into one of those stories, or do we see them cut bait and run?
So I'm going to make you angry.
Please.
I'm gonna go back, since I stayed out of the conversation between Aaron and Lucious, and inject my quick soundbite.
Please go ahead. Yes.
Yes. I think at some point in some part of the market, in some percentage, maybe that stuff matters, right? And Lucius aside, right? But my feeling is
nature.
Yeah. Yes. But my feeling is there's other dynamics and other elements to that. I didn't bother with Stellar Blade because what was put in my face was the attractiveness of the character, and so I wasn't convinced that there was any other scratch there. Right. And I know that there is, and I know that the game's reviewed well, but my point is that there was a lengthy window where I was like, I can't be bothered just because the character looks hot.
All they keep doing is showing you the yams, and you didn't need that.
Yeah, and I know that's not Lucious's point, but that's my perspective on it, right? And and what I'll say is, yes, those things matter to a microcosm of the market, right? But my problem with Concord is I got to get normals interested. And in order to get normals interested, I have to convince them that there's a reason for them to think that the thing is important, and there's a reason for them to invest their time. The big problem with this game, we go back to this being a hero shooter, is it has a big investment ask in terms of your time. Right? I don't play Overwatch. I could care less about Overwatch. I don't care how hot the characters are. Right? My problem with Overwatch is the ask is, right, the game is fun when I am in with a posse and I am in with my crew and I play with them all the time. And I'm not going to make that type of investment normally. I'm the type of player, a bit hypocritical because I play a lot of Call of Duty. I'm a type of player who does have a thing that says I don't get involved in any game that I can't walk away from in 30 seconds or less. Right? And yes, that's Al Pacino Heat. I think that's Al Pacino Heat, or maybe that's Robert De Niro. I can't remember which character. But my point is that like you can't get me into a game that has a lot of baggage associated with it where I'm going to have problems backing out of it. So that's that. Anyway, back to your question that you were really asking. Here's my feeling. I'm going to go bullish right on this.
Okay.
Now I'm even having problems remembering exactly what you asked me because I already formulated this answer.
Where are we going?
Yeah.
Is this turning into a cautionary tale, or are we going to come back around and say, "Hey, they fixed it"?
So this is where I go bullish. Okay. I cancel Concord right now.
Okay.
I not only do I cancel Concord, but I also cancel Marathon.
Wow.
Okay. And I take Firewalk, and I don't know what I put them on, but I put them on something else. I also get rid of Pete Parsons at Bungie, by the way. Maybe I hire Mike Ibarra and bring him in to do that.
Wow.
Maybe.
This man's going hard right now. Okay.
So this is my point. I go back to what I talked about were the costs that I think are associated with this game, and I say if I write that on my balance sheet as a sunk cost and I drop it now, I don't know anything on that I expensed before I acquired the studio, right? Because I was an expense. It was locked to that fiscal year. It's done. It's off my books. Yeah. The internal investment that I made that I've capitalized where I have to be worried about depreciation, I'm only on that hook and anchor for, post the time that I acquired them. I think, because I know from our own dealing with financials on dealing with hosted services that there's a little more leniency in how you capitalize and work depreciation for a game as a service or for a hosted type of application. So I think, I think from a financial perspective, again, I'm looking at Totoki, right? Because he's the guy in the chair. I think there's positives to cutting ties with that thing now. And like I said, I think there was a miscalculation in how big a splash they thought a hero shooter was going to make based on what the actual market performance is and the small number of titles. Like I said, I look across the aisle at extraction shooters, which I've been saying from the very beginning that Marathon's not going to make a big splash, despite the fact that it's Bungie. And that's why I go after that and I cancel that as well. And then I figure out what I'm going to do with those studios from here going forward.
Okay. Go ahead, Aaron.
I mean, from a profitability perspective, yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? But.
So you agree that they should cut bait and run?
No, but because if I'm being, and I'm assuming that you're being very how do you say calculated? How do you say it? Calculated.
I'm
being very unemotional about it. And I'll pack a little bit
the numbers, profitability first,
right.
numbers, people second.
Yeah. And I'll pack a quick soundbite around that. I'm going to readily say the hardest decision, me personally, right? The hardest decision I've ever had to make is to kill a project, is to throw away code, is to say that I'm going to have a team go do a rewrite, or I'm going to tell a team that they're going to stop what they're doing, abandon it, and move on to something else.
What you're saying is literally do it Titan. That's what you're saying. Do it Titan, kill it fast, come out with Overwatch a year later, and maybe find something that is better catered to the current market. And again, this is also something that we all know. Starting off with a project that you think might work in 4 to 5 years, impossible to know. Absolutely impossible to know. Yeah. So the task at hand is what I'm thinking is, so even if you would do that, if we're playing with you're Hiroki Totoki, if we're playing with that notion and you're canceling these projects right now, then what is the game plan?
How do you replace it? How quickly can you replace it? You're still talking about another 3-4 years.
Yeah, and look, we're way into speculation territory.
Yeah.
Because to be quite honest, I mean, what I've thought through, right, for the most part of the spectrum is immediately getting cost and spend and the bleeding under control, and to a lesser extent, what do I do after that? I'll just throw out some ideas that are fun for people to talk about, right? I'm not saying I've even evaluated financially that this is the right thing to do. I don't know. Maybe I take Firewalk and I give them to Naughty Dog and I tell them work on factions.
No.
Oh, hey now.
I don't know.
Hey now. Okay.
But I think also that concept, even though
that would work as a hero shooter and a character shooter, because you have characters that you care about that already have this background role. It's not like you can be like, oh, I want to play like a brawler type. So there are characters associated to that brawler type that are already connected to a world that people kind of associate with already. That's why Marvel Rivals is going to work out so well, because people already have some level of investment inside of those intellectual properties and can easily jump in and out without having to learn much more about the world.
Yeah. Makes sense. So while I have you talking there, Lucious, what are your thoughts? Do you think, and it's not necessarily a two-pronged question here. Do you think they cut bait and not run, but do you think they take this as a bad experiment, move forward? Or do you think, like, for example, with Foam Stars, they go free to play? Maybe in a month or two, we hear they are now on PlayStation Plus, so it becomes an incentive, an additive, a value proposition for people who have a PlayStation Plus subscription. Do they try to rehabilitate this game and bring it back on sure footing, or do they cut bait as a bad experiment and move on?
I would want them to hold on to it and keep working at it, because that's how games like Sea of Thieves got as big as they did, because as long as the base of the game is good, then you can work off of that base. If there's things missing, if there's retooling that you need to do, very much understandable, but like you would hope that things like a Sea of Thieves can happen again, where it can be extremely successful for the publisher by just continuing to put investment into that property. However, it's been a very long time since Sea of Thieves initially came out, and it was a long time ago since development costs haven't been as insane as they are right now. Like I have no idea how it is for a project manager to be able to, like, if somebody needs to like look and gauge what they're going to be able to do based off of how much money they have. The costs are increasing substantially all the time, and if you invest 2 more years into this and it continues to fail, that 2-year cost is substantial. So I honestly don't know. I can't be in the framework of Sony, but what I will say, in times of desperation, we've seen what other people have done, and maybe it's time to port that baby to Xbox.
No, this guy.
But your point is really,
right? You're
really
gonna
good.
You're gonna get more people. That's what everybody keeps telling me, right? So in this extremely desperate situation, if you are going to continue to invest into this intellectual property, it would make sense to then, we have to try to maximize the amount of people who would even touch this thing in the first place. And sure, that might mean free to play. Sure, that might mean other things. But in the same way that people keep telling me, why is it bad that other people get to play? Why would it be a bad thing that Xbox players would gain access to this? Especially since it's a live service title.
I mean, it's again that value of the platform, of course, and at the end of the day, it is hard to compare live service and single player both if they're in in the catalog of original IPs under a platform, then of course that builds value for that platform. So I don't see that coming anytime soon. I get why Microsoft, being the biggest publisher, have to do that with more and more brands. Of course, they have always been in third place. Yada yada. That whole conversation. I get why they do it, but from your earlier point that you brought up, Sea of Thieves, can I twist the conversation just a little bit and ask you, would you have maybe felt the same way Game Logic during Sea of Thieves initial launch? Cut costs, kill it.
No, the difference, I mean, and I'll go back to what you yourself said, right? So one of your own perspectives is that Concord has a solid foundation, right? But despite that solid foundation, it's not getting traction. Sea of Thieves, in my opinion, had a content problem. And when that team kind of, right, so the part, I mean, so a lot of what we talk about in the engineering and the tech business space is unknown unknowns versus known unknowns versus known knowns, right? Sea of Thieves, I think, was a known problem, right? Hey, there are actionable things and things that we can do to fix it, right? To turn it around. I don't, like, Concord, yea, verily didn't review well, but I just don't know that there's a turnaround, right? Given PlayStation's approach, right? That quite frankly, the studio's out on their own to figure it out. I just don't know, right? That there's a turnaround for Concord. Going back to what Lucious mentioned, I think that's definitely when you're problem solving in the boardroom. That's a thing to consider. But the concern I would have in pushing it to Xbox is you're talking about putting it on a console with a smaller user install base. You're talking about, quite frankly, I think putting it on a platform where people aren't going to play it unless it's in Game Pass. I just feel like people aren't. I don't think that's a move that PlayStation is ready to make. You talk about them pushing it over and having to have revenue share with Xbox. I just, as out of their gas strategy, I just don't think that's the direction they're going to go. And then
I agree with all of this, but I do want to push back and say Xbox is still the shooter box, right? Despite the fact that, like, a lot of people who play on the Xbox specifically mention, hey, it's the controller, the offset controller makes it significantly easier when I'm playing first person,
Lucius,
third person, and shooter games.
One part that you say that you are right about also is First Descendant. Anecdotally, First Descendant, when it blew up big, and it's a free to play game, when it blew up big, and I played a little bit of that myself on Steam, the people I play with, Xbox players, more often than not, they have Xbox logos next to them. Very few PlayStation gamers played that game, but the Xbox console players were big into that game. So while the ecosystem is not as big, obviously, Game Logic, you're absolutely right, but it is a hyper-focused a group of folks who tend to play this kind of game more than most. So that might warrant it being ported there.
So what I'm talking about here is a lot of the balance, where the balancing on those pros and cons come out, right? So maybe those things are positives, but again, you're looking at more investment to do the port, more investment to do the O&M. This is another thing that we sometimes leave out of the games as a service conversation, right? There's O&M costs, right? With people and building automation and having to maintain it, having to maintain some form of service level, right? Then you're also talking about, are you going to sell the game? Because the business model for it right now is the $40 ask up front, which I contend, even though somebody's in chat saying that's fake news, I contend, like, the argument is that's a problem even on PlayStation. So if it's a problem on PlayStation, how is it not going to be a problem on Xbox? So now I'm talking about changing the business model, probably. If I'm not going to sell it at a $40 asking price, now I got to do something to monetize it, which means I either got to take a Game Pass deal because I got to get a bag up front, or I got to go heavy on microtransactions, loot boxes, season passes, battle passes. Either way, all of those things to me are problematic. And here's the key thing. It's not even a matter of whether or not those cons lead to it being a fail. It's the point that those things lead to obscurity and me having clarity on the target line of whether or not it's going to be successful, invoking risk. And then that's the point where I fail out of the loop, right? Because I'm not willing to take the risk and move forward. We talked a lot about tolerance, right? And that's a big part. That's a big part of this equation, I think, and problematic. Sean Layden talked about this when he was on the stage in the wake of IGN's Summer Game Fest concurrent event that they were running. Many companies, right, big publishers, stockholder-owned companies, like don't have the tolerance and are risk averse to exactly this type of thing, right? Sticking with something like this. Ubisoft does it, and I applaud them for it. I constantly praise them for it, right?
They are amazing that they can do that.
Right.
Yeah.
Different company, not a platform owner, come from a different point of origin, right? Where that company was started by Guillaume and his family, or Guillermo and his family. Family-owned business, right? Coming up from its roots, different set of dynamics and optics and decision-making, I think, than you have at Sony Corporation.
Yep. I don't disagree on that.
Especially if you look at Ubisoft stock, the stockholders do not like the decisions that Ubisoft makes when it comes to doubling down on certain things. They would have much rather Ubisoft gives up on things, and I think that we don't give Ubisoft enough praise for some of those. Like,
I agree. Absolutely. So gentlemen, I was going to bring up the PlayStation 5 stuff, but we've already about 4 hours, man. I think we've drained it at this point.
PlayStation 5 Pro may not even be a real thing. If it is a real thing, you probably shouldn't buy it. If you do buy it, you're a sucker.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, he puts it flat. Unless any of you guys have any other points of contention that I did not bring up, Mr. Game Logic, sir. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. So I'll just ask a follow-up question to that contention. So I mean, are we when we say people shouldn't buy a PlayStation 5 Pro, are we saying that from the vector of not having bought an Xbox One Scorpio? Because I bought a Scorpio. I bought an Xbox One X. I actually bought 3. So I just want to make sure that we true up on parallelisms, right?
Well, okay. So
it's a question.
If I agree with Lucious, it's the fact that the reason why you'd want to buy this console will never come to its fruition.
Exactly.
Your point, Game Logic being Scorpio. Exactly. That hardware was never allowed to reach its fullest capability because it was tied to the base console. Right, just like no matter how fantastical they make the Pro, it will always be tied to the base PS5, and you're not going to ask a developer to go all the way left on a Pro and then develop in parallel for the base console, unless, of course, it's a game that just scales graphics and that's all you got.
Well, we have data from the PlayStation 4 Pro area that tells us that for first party teams porting their game to PlayStation 4 Pro, they had one developer on it, maybe 2.
Exactly.
So the cost is incredibly small. So one other question I want to ask.
It wasn't even the cost necessarily, and I hear the cost part of it, but you need more hands on the pot to make use of that hardware effectively. But instead, all they did was turn the dial on graphic fidelity because they can. The CPU aspects and the other things that would make it next gen, they would never do because now you're cutting off the base platform, which can't do those features. So it's like you're never going to get this hardware. You'll pay more because they're trying to get money out of you, but you'll never see this hardware be used to its fullest capability. So wait until next gen. That's the only way that works.
Or get a PC.
Okay. So my thing on this is that, of course, on a very ideological base, I don't want these mid-gen refreshes. I do not want them. I want to expect to keep my platform for the whole generation.
Sure.
But again,
what's a generation?
Listen. But that's the thing, though.
That in and of itself is a dubious term. But continue.
But I also know, that buying a PlayStation 5 Pro, which I probably will, for some weird reason, because
you're justifying it in your head already. Go ahead. Keep going.
No. Okay, so here's the justification. I have spent a lot of time in my life to cover these games. What was a huge wasp? Wow, that was a big one. Okay. So to cover these games and that's also why I want to be able to have all the platforms available. So
sure. We're not talking about you and me.
No, but
we're talking about the normal man.
Yeah, but with that said, though, the normal man will not buy it. Just like we had numbers, I can't remember how much it was. Maybe when beneath 5% of the player base from the PlayStation 4 audience bought themselves.
That ended up getting a PS4 Pro.
And I want to bring in the PSVR 2 into this conversation because my view on the PSVR 2 my view on the Move, the Kinect, and the Xbox One X, and the PlayStation 5 Pro.
Yeah.
These are additions that they will charge you more for because they want to cater to a specific ambassador / hardcore audience within their ecosystem that are willing to pay more and also expects of you to bring them options that are even more within their ecosystem. The PSVR 2 is, in my opinion, PlayStation 5's most expensive exclusive for their platform this generation. Sure. And they have sold a lot of them. And so having a PS5 Pro, of course, they will not expect that to move mountains, but it builds value to their platform. So I think that's why we should expect them to continue to do so, even if there's just a couple of million players buying into the ecosystem on that specific one.
Sure. Okay.
I want to also ask a question. Are we also saying that people shouldn't buy the Xbox 2 terabyte unit?
That is adding value. It is on a different level, but it's adding value.
I would don't buy that. But people can spend. Obviously, you can spend your money however you want to spend it. I would personally say don't spend that money on it for the $600 that they're trying to charge you for it. I think that them also putting that $600 price tag is them setting an anchor for maybe next generation.
Oh hell yeah! Get out of here with the subsidization. It's a different, a new world.
So all this,
it's a new world.
All this stuff, like I remember with the One X and the PS4 Pro, the benefit on the financial side is that you now had a unit on the shelves that was $500, right? The Xbox One X, $500, the PS4 Pro, $400, $500, however much it was. So you had these now back at the premium price point because the previous models had been going down for such a long time, right? You don't have that problem now because the price of the PS5 is the same that it was since launch. In fact, in some places it's more.
It's even more. Yeah, that's right.
So they don't really have the problem of having to like establish an anchor now, but they now have this other problem of silicon is not decreasing in price like it previously was. Like the decreases in nodes isn't giving you as big of a price decrease because of the square inch or however it's not taking as little space as it previously was from node jump to node jump, because we have started to reach the physical limit of the logic gates, and we've had to create kind of new ways of creating these chips. Like
let me just ask a question
about ethical limits, I would say,
because I'm not entirely understanding, and I'm just going to draw a parallel and just tell me if the case you're making is outside that parallel. So AMD Ryzen chips, right? Last generation, 7 nanometer process, heavily discounted now in comparison to the new chips that are launching on the 5 nanometer process. Those chips are notionally launching at about the same price that the last generation chips launched, right? So we're still in the cycle of new technology comes out, decreases slowly in price over time. Next generation of technology comes out, may launch at a slightly increased price point, but in many cases launches at the exact same price point. So I'm not sure I'm following.
I'll try to simplify it even more. So like when the Xbox One came out initially and the PS4, I'm pretty sure those were on like something huge, like 30 something nanometer, something gigantic, right? So by
like 28,
yeah. So by the time that you got to the Xbox One X, wasn't the Xbox One X like 14 nanometer? Yeah. By that time. So the decrease was significant. Not only the amount of nodes between 28 and 14 nanometer was significant. So the amount of technological leaps that had happened since then had happened so much to the point that, okay, you're trying to hit Xbox One X levels with this same amount of CPU. It'll only really cost you X amount of money to be able to do that, which was profitable for both Xbox and PlayStation to be able to create a pro version. They were able to set it at $500 and make money off of that. Pro version, I don't know how they're going to be able to establish that price point, because you can try to make a 7-nanometer chip right now, and it will cost you almost as much as it used to 4 years ago to make that same 7-nanometer chip, despite the fact that the technology, quote unquote, is over 4 years old. The price point of older technology has not decreased as fast as it used to.
Yeah, I mean, so again, maybe I'm hyper focused on like this way. So again, let's take a 7-nanometer chip, right? Like I said, AMD Ryzen, last generation, right? Not the 9000 series, 7000 series.
Yeah,
those chips are significantly discounted now in comparison to their launch price. So you have had price discounts. I will agree with you that there's been fluctuating scaling, right? In terms of, and this is an argument that typically goes around in the PC community, and I think people just don't get it, right? Where you say, hey, for the percentage price increase, right, this generation, I'm not getting the same percentage performance increase. Yeah. Right. And so your dollar is not necessarily buying as much performance progression as it used to buy.
But the biggest problem right now is, okay, so we're looking at it based off of what's available in the marketplace, right? And when you look at CPUs that are available or GPUs that are available in the marketplace, those prices are going to go down. But what I'm talking about is the price of manufacturing. So like if you, as a manufacturer, wanted to create a 3-nanometer chip or a 7-nanometer chip, the difference between those two prices is not as significant as a 28-nanometer chip and a 14-nanometer chip, despite the years being similar apart. So it's making it significantly harder for you to be able to be like, oh, let's decrease the price of the Xbox Series X. Well, you're still making 7-nanometer, and even if you were to go down to like 5-nanometer and 3-nanometer to try to like make as much space as possible to be able to produce more chips, you still can't. The rate in which the price is going up,
the price differentials are not in the same. They're not as historically low as they would be at this point in order to facilitate that.
You're not able to make as many chips to be able to facilitate that price difference. It's making it so that way the Series X and PS5 can't go down in price because the manufacturing.
But remember though, I agree with you, Lucious, and I have seen this myself. But remember, you've also heard the powers that be, the vendors have already telegraphed that the days of subsidization are over.
Yes.
So that world can still happen where you get a pro console and they'll charge you $750 for it. And because you're talking about hyper focused hardcore gamers, they will pay for it. Now again, we've all agreed on this stage that it's not to move units. It's more those mid-gen consoles are more a talking point and more a reference point. Hey, we have this. This is our new standard. Look at it, And oh, by the way, we're testing the waters for the next gen, where that price will become the floor. So they're not designing them to move units. They're designing them to get them into some few hands, so they can say that they have them available. Right? I feel like it's exactly like when they initially released the PS5 discless. It was not to move units. There were any available. It was just so they could say we have a $399 console.
So how much do you think that this thing's going to be? How much do you think that the PS5?
Oh, sir, if it is a PS5 Pro,
baseline, whatever,
I will say it is not cheaper than $700.
I also think it's going to be $700. So then what's my next question is going to be, what is going to be the price of the baseline PS6?
I mean, I guess I'm just going to disagree with you. I don't think there's going to be $700. What I will say is I don't think we're going to see the same tactic that we saw last generation, which is Pro comes out, base console moves down $100. Pro comes in at the same price point. Yes, I think the PS5, the base PS5 is going to stay the same price it is, and I think the Pro is going to come in over the top of that. My overall market take at the end of this, right, is that it's going to do what Aaron said, which is that people, whether you like it, agree with it, or whatever, there are people on the market who want the best thing that's available. There are people who are going to go out and buy the PS5 Pro. There are going to be current PS PS5 owners, although I don't think the PS5 Pro is for them, is targeted for them. But there are some who are the Sony faithful who are going to take their PS5, they're going to trade it in at GameStop, they're going to get their kickback, and they're going to buy the Pro. The Pro, in my estimate, from a business perspective, is going to do exactly what Sony wants it to do. It's going to sell at, some same percentage of the install base. It's going to have some overhead. It's going to provide some better gaming experiences for some set of titles, and people are going to be fine with it. I'll be very, Lucious, you're saying you're going down the path of being a PC gamer. I will be very curious, if you build particularly, I'll be very curious to hear if your feeling is the same thing when you get into the cycle of kind of it being prudent for you to buy more performance than you need based on your time horizon of how long you think you want that box to last. And then also into the cycle of then where you get into the point where you start considering upgrading right prior to, what you base your original purchasing decision on. I don't like whether we like it or agree with it or not, or feel like it's there's a point to it or not. My personal feeling is having the perspective, I'll say casting judgment on people that they're a sucker. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think consumers have their own systems requirements. They decide what they want, whether it's prudent or not, or we agree with it or not. They're going to go do it, and they can go to it. Like I said the other night, I don't go to an amusement park without buying the fast lane pass. Game Logic doesn't wait in lines. That's me.
There you go. Okay. So you know what? I will say though. I agree with you.
For being a guy that doesn't wait in line, you're very polite, letting us others speak. Shout out to you.
I will agree with you that it's not you're not a sucker for buying, right? The only where I come into it from is the expectation, at least based on the hardcore that I've heard, the expectation will leave you disappointed. Yeah. Because I'm hearing 4090 thrown around, which even if that hardware was capable of that, in order for you to see such benefits, they would have to throw PS5 behind, which they cannot do.
No offense to those people. Now I'm going to get lots of slander. That's an opinion coming from console gamers who don't understand that 99% of what they think their performance envelope is, they don't get that they're always coming in underneath PC.
Exactly. Right. Even if, and this is a big if, because I don't think it's, I think they will increase it on the margins, right? But even if they did increase it substantially to the point where you're like, wow, this hardware is worth buying, until they cut the PS5, you will never see its benefits because they need to adhere to the bigger market, which is the base console. So all you'll get basically is high settings on PS5, maybe ultra on PS5 Pro. But that's a very nominal increase to pay $150 for. I'll agree with Slow-Mo. $650, okay. $650, okay. But even that, going from high settings or going from medium to high is not worth $150 extra.
And a lot of people thinking that they're going to suddenly get 60 FPS in all games. No, they're not changing the CPU that much. So I highly doubt
they're keeping the same CPU and they're clocking it 10% higher.
Yeah, I very much doubt that that's going to cause you to be able to suddenly get 60 FPS on all games. Like, zero chance. Like, no.
So that's, I guess that's where we're coming from it with. I feel like a lot of people listen to the marketing to their own detriment later, right? Oh, but they said it was going to do this. Please, if there's anything you take away from this great conversation we're having here, do your own research. Don't take what is given to you as fact because somebody said it, right? Like dig into the crates. And I know the first thing people go, well, I don't want to do that. I'm a console gamer. You're watching this show. You're thinking of a PS5 Pro. You are a hardcore gamer, and you should know the rocket fuel that goes into your engine because you are that person, right? You're not the person who just kind of picks it up at a store and keeps it moving. You're looking at a PS5 Pro potentially to add to your library. Do yourself a little bit of a service and just get a bit more data clarification there. And not just, because Mark Cerny said this, or because Aaron Greenberg said that. Like, that stuff leads you down a bad path, and then you'll end up spending a lot of money and being disappointed later when it doesn't turn out to give you what they said it.
So what you're saying is people should still be on their Xbox One and PlayStation 4?
I mean, I would say, like, at least in that way, there is an argument to be made that there was an increase from PS4 to PS5, and there was an increase from Xbox One to the Series consoles. Like, I see them, I use them as, like, today, they're PCs basically. It's the same exact games that you play, but you get far more stable frame rates. There was a reason to upgrade there.
I think the biggest differentiator between last gen and this gen, outside of just graphics or anything, the speed in which you go to and from stuff in games, loading between games now. Sure. Ever imagine myself playing on an Xbox One or PS4 after playing on my Series X for 4 years. I could never imagine. Like,
no, I don't disagree with that.
Like load times that are like a minute or two long. I don't have load times that are longer than like 20 seconds anymore. And there are people on PC who have like fast enough like rigs and timings and everything else. They barely ever see like a loading screen. They might see one for 5 seconds.
Yeah, I used to. It's definitely a fact that my paradigm used to be, scrolling my phone or going to make coffee because I was waiting right at my PC, and now literally I get irritated that like I start something and I go reach for my phone and that freaking thing is done like before I can even pick my phone up and scroll. Like I literally, I often sit at my PC doing stuff and like I don't have, like I bring food down here and I'm like, I don't have time to eat, right? Because I can't get a bite of food before something is spooled up. So,
so there are benefits.
Yeah. My contention would be if we feel people shouldn't spend money right on PS5 Pro, like, or any type of mid-grade upgrade, I would definitely say maybe those people should also save their money and just get a PC.
Sir, you said it, not me. But I've said that from day one. That's neither here nor there, sir. I'm just saying, if you're a console player and you insist on continuing to be a console player, maybe focus on the generational leaps, not the mid-gen, because you never get this much bang for your buck in the mid-gen. That's all I'm saying. But okay, I think we're about it. We're at 4.5 hours. I think we'll call it there. I was sitting there hoping that we could get it in and out. Pause quicker because the Bloviator himself was not here, but clearly I forgot the potency of the topics and the brain power with which we were going to bring it to this. Aaron, I see you went from a nice sunny day to midnight, and now that the wolves about to come get you. Before we get out of here, are there any last topics, any last points you want to make, and then we'll get into the outro, sir.
I am so thankful to have this conversation with you guys. I really appreciate it. There are very few moments when we talk about, business side of things and other things, unless I have a developer on to speak freely with them. So these conversations are amazing, and I take it on myself that, the episode could have been shorter if I weren't around as well. So I appreciate you letting me speak on all those games. Stop that.
I enjoy this stuff. This is great.
Yeah, me too. Love the conversation.
This is awesome.
And appreciate you, Lucious, and Game Logic as well. So yeah, shout out to you.
So
guys.
You know what? Let's get into that outro. Aaron, it has been wonderful having you here, sir. Let the people know where else they can keep up with your ongoings. I know there's still a lot of Gamescom coverage. I know that you'll be talking to speaking to a lot of the stuff you've seen. Where else can people follow if they happen to be Swedish speakers?
If they are Swedish speakers, then you will find us at www.öppnavärldar.se, pronounced Öppna Världar, which means open worlds, which is the name of our blog and podcast. But other than that, of course, you will probably only find me at Spoiler Spaces on Twitter, my North American Twitter account, where I interact with beautiful people like KK Asante and Slomi and other folks that I've met through there. But more than that, I've gotten better to release links to our only English person on that account on Twitter. Other than that, I'm a Swedish guy, so I just appreciate having these conversations, especially since the timing for this show works pretty well with me. Yeah.
Excellent. I appreciate you being here, sir. As usual, we'll always be having you back on the show. You have such insights. We always appreciate what the perspective you bring from outside the American spectrum, right? So we appreciate.
And I learned
that.
just as much from you guys. So yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah.
Absolutely, we appreciate that. Now, Lucious, sir, you are a man who does not want to be found. You are a man who advocates that people stay away and not try and find you. But I guess I'll say you can find him on the gamingcircle.com, where he likes to write for us and give his thoughts and reviews and things. Where else maybe we might see more from you in that realm? Where else can they keep up with your ongoing, sir?
You can follow me in the Gaming Circle podcast Discord, where every now and then I'll be posting things, messy stories and such. At the end of the day, I care about games. I care about the community, and I just want the collection of games that I have accumulated so far to be protected. So that's typically where I'm going to be arguing from. I know a lot of people feel as if I'm very passionate, and I understand that I am, but none of this passion is like anger. It's just energy. So just if that energy is ever directed towards you, I don't hate you. Just know that. Just know that. All right. And don't look for me.
And don't look for me. Of course. Yes. And of course, last but certainly not least, sir, Game Logic, as usual, whenever you're able to come on our show, you elevate the conversation. People in the chat have been saying it this whole way through. Always such interesting perspectives, always so well thought out. We appreciate your voice on this show, sir. Where can people keep up with the rest of your ongoings on this week and further?
So I appreciate the praise. I will continue to contend that it is way more than I deserve. I appreciate the opportunity to be on the show. If anybody wants to catch up with me, you can catch me on the Enough to Keep Going weekly video games podcast on the E2KG Network podcasting channel on YouTube at 8:45 p.m. Sunday nights Eastern time. It is not a show for everyone. The stuff that we cover is slightly different than maybe like a lot of the other podcasts. So it is like I'm not advertising saying there need to be droves of people coming over there. But you know, if you have a high degree of interest in the finance, in the software, in the hardware technology, and in some of the regulatory conversations that surround games, you're more than welcome to join. We hyper focus on news and our own gaming experiences in the games that we're playing at the time.
If you want more Game Logic, you know where to find them. I will advocate for more people to come because clearly people in our chats are like, hey man, that is a very well thought out. That's where you'll get it. Absolutely. We appreciate you being here. Now, as for me, as you can see, you're seeing us a little bit of a Ouroboros right now, snake eating its own tail, live on the gamingcircle.com, where you can come catch some previous episodes. You can see them all there as they post there. We have almost 150 of these. We may want to think about doing something grand on a $1.50. We'll see what we do there. But small blog section where we've been keeping up with where you can keep up with some writings that we've been doing, either through the community or through some of the stuff that we saw at Gamescom. You'll see my write-up for Expedition 33 there. A certain Chad Dufall, who, again, I'm waiting for somebody to tell me who Chad Dufall is. A certain Chad Dufall wrote a beautiful write-up on Warhammer Space Marine 2 and his hands-on previews there. I wrote about Shattered Space and there's your Kenna review from Lucious. But yes, lots of written word that we like to put on the old blog. So come check us out if you're interested. You know, it's a new venture that we've been doing, and I actually really have been having a great time with it. So next week, hopefully you will see us. I'm going to try and see if I can get some of the folks that I spoke with at Gamescom to join us on our air. Maybe we'll get an interesting guest from that perspective to join us, and we can have more conversations there as well. You will also see Mr. Everborn Saga join back into the fray. He's on vacation right now, but shout out to him. If you haven't had a chance to, please, once again, go and follow the Kickstarter campaign so that when it comes live, you'll be a part of that as well. And I am showing
that's our page
now, Aaron's page. So if you have a chance to go check out.
I just thought they looked kind of similar, you know.
Yes, they kind of have the same energy.
Yeah, the same.
This is good. This is good.
Design,
This is good. Absolutely, yes. But it's been fun. We're about what is it? 4 hours and 30 some odd minutes. I think it's time I go and take a nap because it's been a long show. But yes, for my guests and myself, it's been awesome chatting with you guys. Still a lot of gaming to be done. I hear the Modern Warfare 6 beta is pretty cool, so people go check that out. I'll be going back and probably playing some more Jotunnslayer because that game has been kicking my butt all day. I enjoy it. But until next week, have a good one. Peace.
Nice to be in orbit.